Muy buenos días, les damos la bienvenida al intercambio de
Good
experiencias.
morning to everyone. We'd like to welcome you to this exchange of national, international experiences about women and drug trafficking. We are very much obliged of all the people who are connected through our networks and social media and through different points of Colombia and the world for the Ministry of Justice and Law and the Office Against Drugs and Law. And then we have here that we actually want to give a better understanding that people live in the production, marketing, and consumption of illicit drugs worldwide. We'd like to greet the Ministry of Justice and Law, Mr. Wilson Ruiz Orihuela, and Mr. Olivier Inisan, the representative of UNODC in Colombia. Also would like to greet all the members that are part of each one of the topics that we will have throughout these 3 days of this gathering. Would like to mention you that you have in YouTube the UNODC Colombia. For the first opening words, we'd like to hand over the mic to the Ministry of Colombia. Good morning, Mr. Olivier Inisan, the representative of the UNODC. A special greeting to Andres Peña Andrada, the Director of Drug Policy and Related Activities, and to Mr. Miguel Serrando, the Leader of Territorial Studies of the CIMSI project. Dear experts, delegates of Colombian institutions, international guests, representatives of academia, NGOs, cooperating agencies, the media, and in general, a very warm greeting to all the people that are here connected with us today for this gathering of women and drug trafficking, summoned by the Ministry of Justice and of Law and the UNODC. For us, it is really a pleasure to share with all of you this activity with which we wish to encourage the exchange of experiences in respect of the problem of drugs from a gender perspective. And also, we would like to review all those lessons learned and the initiatives of public policy that would enable us to strengthen the capabilities and capacities of Colombia and of other nations. This gathering is part of the Colombian government's effort to pursue having a gender focus concretely that proposes the integral policy to face the drug problem, the future route, recognizing that women have different affectations than those that men have, and that it is necessary to go more in depth in analyzing and studying such situations in order to define differential strategies and policies that are more effective. That is why in this gathering we propose to have a different look of the role of women in each one of the value chains of illicit drugs trade, and from there we have a very nourished and interested agenda because we have the participation of experts and studious people in the gender issue so that they can share their knowledge and experiences in this field. They're more than willing to do so. And I consider that the first achievement is to gather very representative people of the international and national realm from Colombia, the United States, Mexico, Brazil, Germany, Italy, Uruguay, Ecuador, Costa Rica, Peru, Spain, Argentina, the UK, and Malta. All of them have been recognized for their valuable efforts to tackle this problem and to shed some light in respect of the public policy options that there are, and also around women that are associated with the problem of drugs. On the other hand, I wish to highlight that part of the policy future route, and in compliance with the commitment derived from the peace agreements, the Drug Observatory of Colombia from the Ministry of Justice and of Law, we have pursued a research line in respect of gender and drugs that has studies, research, and diverse analysis. Through the studies that they have been made through this observatory, we have identified a particular role for women in the realm of illicit crops. That is why the program of substitution of crops, the land policy, and the general investment in social aspects oriented to transform the territories have affected the illicit crops, and they have specific actions for rural women. The studies of consumptions of psychoactive substances indicate that although men do consume more substances than women do, that gap is now closing. For example, in school population in ages between 12 and 18, we have found that consumption among women increased from 6.8% to 9.6%, an increase of almost 3 percentage points, while the consumption among men was maintained in 10.3%. The crime of trafficking, manufacturing, and selling drugs, it is the greatest impact crime of all women who are behind bars. Today in Colombia, we have 11,672 women behind bars, of which 2,893 are there due to drug crimes. This means that it's 1 out of 4 women. Until 2019, the proportion was 1 out of 3 women. However, we have had a slight, or actually an important decrease of those women who are in jail due to the sanitary emergency of the COVID pandemic. In women that have been sentenced, we have found that vulnerability is a common factor among them. 38% have not finished their high school studies. 77% belong to the lowest socioeconomic strata, that is 0, 1, and 2. Almost half had their child before they were 18 years old, and more than half were single mothers when they were starting to pay their sentence. There are many questions, and it is evident the need to improve the knowledge of those situations that women have to face and how they end up in the drug trafficking trade, and the designs that we need to have in intervention to reduce their criminality and to reduce those immense inequities that have made women participate in this type of illicit activities. In this sense, this gathering evidences the concern of the national government to progress in the development of an agenda so that we can have concrete actions with gender perspectives, actions that would help us to manage and to break those structural vulnerabilities that are reproduced amongst affected women by the drug problem. Finally, I would like to thank the UNODC, one of our main allies, for making a team effort to prepare this initiative. Thank you to the technical teams of the UNODC and that of the ministry. So I hope that this gathering achieves the goals and of all the participants through all the guest lectures and all the conversations that we'll have in the next 3 days. Thank you very much. We'd like to thank the ministry, Mr. Wilson Ruiz Orejuela, and I would like to remind you that we are through our networks of the Ministry of Justice and of Love in our YouTube channel and the UNODC Colombia and the channel of the Ministry of Justice. Now it's Mr. Olivier Inisan, the representative of UNODC in Colombia. Thank you very much for that presentation and introduction. Before all words, I would like to formally greet Mr. Ruiz, the Minister of Justice and of Laws, and Mr. Peña, the Director of Policy, Drug Policy and Related Activities, and the Ministry of Restorative Justice, which it also participates in the guest lectures that we will have during the next 3 days. For us, as the office of the UNODC, it is really a pleasure to welcome jointly with the Ministry of Justice to this exchange of experiences about women and drug trafficking, and with this joint effort with the national government, whose objective is actually to have a better understanding of the situations that women have to face in respect of the production, the trafficking, and the consumption of drugs. Colombia has to face the illegal crops and the negative effect of armed players and criminal structures with great economic power in large areas of the territory that push this activity, and we must try to find viable options for all these communities in general. Also, Colombia must answer this growing tendency of the consumption of the psychoactive activities that affects other societies too. In this context, there are several important questions that we must have to tackle in the days that are coming. Firstly, then we have to see what roles are played in these illegal activities. With a starting point, we must have the project of illegality. Of course, we have the drug trade with their complex network of production and marketing, but also we have illegal economies that affect profoundly our activity, illegal mining, among others. In each one of them, women play different roles, pushed by different factors, being marginalized in societies. Women are part of criminal structures and the networks of operations that make it possible the existence of these illicit trade that are extraordinary. Secondly, we also have to face another question: how are women being affected by these economies? And here we find a sort of somber and sad scenario. Many women are direct victims of the actions of these criminal organizations, and several studies have evidence that under these circumstances, women are depersonalized and they end up becoming broadly vulnerable that affect their lives in a very prolonged and profound way. Other questions that we're also going to tackle from this seminar these 2 days are: how would society be effective as a whole due to the activities of women in these criminal activities, as being victims of these illicit activities and as culprit of these ones? And then another fundamental question is: how do women can be part of the solution to this relationship between the drug trade and gender? How the UNODC, we have a fundamental role, and it is a priority to incorporate the gender perspective, as was proposed by the UN Secretary General, that the goal is not only about number, but actually to transform certain tendencies. That is why our office is committed with strategies that actually seek gender equality, empowering women from a systematic way within the framework of the 2013 agenda. As part of this mandate, the ministry will do not long ago, we have been working several lines of research that actually have to do with the relationship between the topic of women and the relationships of drug trafficking. We have worked jointly with the ministry in matters of research to identify the roles of women in illicit crop production. Harvard is coca, marijuana, or poppy. And we have studied jointly, and this is also fundamental to develop public policies that are efficient. We have studied, therefore, the issue of participation of women in marketing of drugs. And also we did jointly, about a year and a half ago, an important studies about the social economic situation of the women who are paying their sentence for drug crimes, a phenomenon that we found not only in Colombia, but in the majority of the Latin American countries, and has a great impact for these women as well as their families and therefore society. Within the realm of intervention, we have worked jointly with government in alternative crops, trying to empower economically these women that actually live in these areas that are affected by the coca crop. And we have also worked in strengthening capabilities in not using psychoactive substances among women. So aside from this effort, we have found the need to to tackle the drug trade in integral, and therefore this scenario and this seminar that we're going to have throughout these 3 days that are going to touch all of these matters of the consumption of psychoactive substances, and they will establish and evidence the relationship between the problem of gender and drugs. This gathering is a venue for food for thought to tackle the problem so that we can exchange experiences in the participation of women in the drug trade, different loops. Jointly with the Ministry of Justice and of Law, we have identified certain experts, as well as from Colombia, others from the US and other countries, and they are providing their experiences in the subject matter in these 2 days that are coming once again. And in closing, I just wish to say thank you, Ministry of Justice, for all the trust bestowed upon our office, UNODC, and we hope that this seminar would be just as productive as we have. And I hope that all the people who are listening online find it that way too. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much for your intervention, Mr. Inisan, and we wish to socialize the working agenda that we will have throughout the 3 days of this event. Next, we will have the start with the conference, the inaugural conference, and later we will have there 3 blocks, and then 1 of them in the morning and 2 in the afternoon with experts in the matter of women, rural impact, and producing the illicit crop. Tomorrow, we would have throughout the day 4 blocks about the issue of drug trafficking and marketing illicit drugs in tackling the criminal policy from a gender perspective. And finally, Thursday on September, we will have another block with experts on drug consumption with a gender focus. Now we are transmitting this through a channel, the YouTube, UNODC Colombia, and Facebook of the Ministry of Justice and of Law. In the YouTube is UNODC Colombia. You will find 2 access to this event. One is in the original version in Spanish, and then the other version is that version of a translated version by Colare Trading. And then we have here for English, please go to the second slot of live in the YouTube channel in UNODC Colombia, UNODC Colombia. And you will find there the name of the event and its description in English. The audio of this transmission will be all the time in English. So we would like to remind you that through the chats you can find the link of the agenda, and also we would like to invite you to follow through our social networks and the Ministry of Justice and of Law in Twitter as @minjustice.gov.co and UNODC Colombia. And next, we'd like to hand the mic to Miguel Serrano Lopez, the leader of the area of territorial studies of the integral system of CIMSI of the UNODC in Colombia, who will give the opening chat called Women, Drug Trafficking and Drug Consumption, a Global Concern. Mr. Serrano, welcome this. Well, thank you very much. Well, firstly, we wish to thank the Ministry of Justice and of Law for this joint effort. In this time that we would be able to share here, we're going to give a panorama of welcoming to this exchange of experiences that has been structured with the purpose of giving a snapshot, a view of drug trafficking in the entire value chain of the drug trade. In this sense, in the first day, we will concentrate on the problem of producing. The second day, we will tackle the trafficking aspects and marketing aspect of psychoactive substances with a specific element, a particular one associated with the penitentiary system and the policy associated with this topic. And the third day, we will tackle the subject of drug consumption in its different aspects. We are thankful to all the people who are right now in this moment tied with the transmission. We would like to thank them for their presence, and we hope that it's of the greatest value in designing future policies and interventions associated with this problem. Well, what we wish to develop in these chat is to cover 5 specific ideas. The first is a presentation about drug trafficking. It is a global problem. It is something that is crossing national borders and regional borders. The second is the presence of women in the drug trafficking trade, that in other different venues, events, and processes, they have had a very low level of visibility and of the identification of the specificities that constitute the reason why they're present in this phenomenon. The third topic that we wish to cover is the universe of all these expectations as to what are the problems that women specifically have to face in respect of those very diverse dynamics associated with drug trafficking. A fourth topic that we wish to cover associated with women is the solution for women in the drug trafficking trade to go beyond there, only about talking about the participation of the alternate development programs. And we will finish with a final idea, which is an invitation. So first, let's go to the first idea. Let's go to the drug trade as a global problem. We know that this is an idea that has been worked upon, one with which we already have, let's say, a very good level of knowledge, but we would like to point out the image of the drug trafficking chain, how there is a connection between their processes that are mutually associated and mutually dependent amongst them. And of course, we have the production link, and we have the link tied to the trafficking and distribution and marketing of psychoactive substances. And jointly with that, we have what we call the consumption link. It is important to keep in mind that although there are studies and specialized approaches in each one of these realms, it has not been that frequent, the approximation in respect of the participations and the problem of women in these situations. So we are going to examine each one of these elements, pointing out certain aspects that we deem most important. First, what is worthwhile to mention is that drug trafficking is a great business. It's a huge profitable business. When we're talking of drug trafficking, it is an activity that is illegal, of course, and it is generating a cash flow that varies between 500 to 650 billion dollars per year. This amount varies according to the institutions that have done these projections or estimates. So we're speaking of an extraordinarily active business that jointly with the economic activity has implications in respect of how these associated institutions seek to impact upon the dynamics, be that of the producing countries as well as in the consumer countries. Secondly, we are speaking of a business that is diversified. It includes natural-based drugs that are most known, cocaine, marijuana, and heroin, with the different variant factors in each one of these cases for each one of the drugs. But jointly with them, we also have the synthetic drugs, which includes, of course, the families of methamphetamines as the main branch of the synthetic drugs. But there are also a broad variety and diversity in respect of all these drugs that are illicit source as well as licit ones that they use as analgesics or as painkillers that are also abused. So the dynamics of the business is a decisive factor, although, albeit that we find that there is a business that, at least for the estimates of 2019 of the World Report on Drugs, of around 275 million customers. 275 million people are consumers of marijuana, opioids, meths, and other drugs. The substance that has the greatest consumption worldwide is marijuana, with 200 million consumers approximately, followed by the consumption of opioids in different presentations, with 62 million consumers worldwide. And in this case, we're speaking exclusively of the opioids that are used, that are non-medicinal opioids. In the realms of methamphetamines, amphetamines and methamphetamines, we have 27 million consumers, and in a lesser proportion, approximately 20 million consumers of cocaine worldwide. So this scenario of statistics provides a very high volume of people that are interested in this set of drug consumers. So these 275 million consumers, around 13%, that is around some 36 million people, suffer from disorders associated with consumption, according to the evaluation in the last report of the World Report on Drugs, that constitutes a very significant figure or amount of people when we're speaking about a population that would be, for the case of Colombia, approximately of 60%. Now, when we speak of this global aspect of the drug trafficking trade, we must start from the problem of demand. Demand is an engine, because production and trafficking is actually a response to the demand pressure, where the market, the consumption, and the willingness to consume constitutes a factor that is driving the response of these productive agents. When we examine the dynamics of the transformation of the illicit production, in particular of the consumption, we find that the number of people that actually consumes drugs around the world has increased some 22% in the last decade. So it's not a growth that is proportional to the increase of the global population, but rather it is an increase that is higher than the populational growth. Another point that is really worthwhile to mention when we are examining the global perception of the problem is that in the producing regions of naturally based drugs are not the largest consumers, and they're not the ones that benefit the most economically from the drug trafficking trade. In this sense, as a matter of example, we can examine the case of cocaine in a study that was performed in 2009 to establish what were the economic flows associated to the value chain of drug trafficking in the global perspective. And we found that for that year, 2009, the total gross sales of cocaine actually were close to some $85 billion. Of those $85 billion, only $1 billion was destined to the payment of the raw materials of the crop growers in Latin America, in particular in the case of Colombia, Bolivia, and Peru. And in this way, one can say that there were some gross profits or sales around $84 billion. Of those $84 billion, of course, and then you invest, and then we have in the associated cost in the ones there, and illegality, and then for these resources, we have been nourishing the illegal ones and the criminal ones associated with the drug trafficking that we have in there. And then also we constitute the transnational activities and the mechanisms that apply to the criminal organizations to reduce the pressure of the authorities and affect with them, say, the control means the legality ones in the different countries, and then we have in the producer countries as well as in the ones where the drugs make transit, and finally, and then when we examine the dynamics that we have of the economic flow, we find that the majority for minority ones and like that, then they do not generate in the producer countries. Much to the contrary, the majority of these gains are being made finally in the case of North America with $35 billion, and in the case of Western Europe and Central Europe of some $26 billion. So this information was obtained, as I told you, from a study that was made in 2009 by the UNODC in the Vienna office. Now, the pressure of demand as a driver and the magnitude of the profits, the economic profits that you can have out of this activity, pushes us to produce, to have a greater supply of drugs. Right now, we're seeing two graphs, and here in the first on the left, you are observing the dynamics of crops for the planting of poppy and for coca crops. And here we observe here the dynamic of one, and then we have there, and then we present there from the year 2001, a growing trend, of course, with variations, yearly ones, and with certain periods, some increases, some reductions. But even with these ups and downs, if you would look into the perspective, a joint analysis, it defines a growing trend in terms of production. And there is a similar situation that we have in the red line that you can see on your left graph, where you can appreciate how the crops worldwide, although they have presented some decrease that was produced with the lower point in the year 2013. After that, there was a rebound in this production trend that has been consistent to date. And although in Colombia we have had a reduction, a significant reduction, at least in the last 2 years, in respect of the total amount of crops planted. But here it is important to mention that in the same way that these legal institutions actually try to improve the yields for the production, I meant to say not the legal ones, the illegal ones actually have tried to increase their productivity and efficiency. This process is having an impact, an incidence on the illicit production of the poppy fields as well as in the coca crops. So we are finding some differences in the transformation yields, in other words, of the processing there of these drugs, that are showing us that there is a growing trend once again. In the case of the opium production, and we're speaking of amounts that are close to 7,000 tons of heroin, and in the case of cocaine chlorohydrate, in a growing efficiency process reaching globally so some 1,800 tons of cocaine. So let's just say it in cocaine with a level of purity very close to 100%. And of course, of these transformation yields in each one of these scenarios.
This is quite concerning when we're examining that for 2030, according to the productions that we have been carrying out recently, we are going to have an increase in the number of people who are consuming this around the world. We are estimating that for 2030, the consumption of drugs will reach or will be around the barrier of 23 million consumers. Now, these dynamics of growth in this sense for now are being carried out in relation to the estimates and the dynamics of prevalence that are most frequent that are being found in different countries. In this manner, if we see the graph on your left-hand side, we can see that in the case of North America, in the Americas, in Latin America and South America and the Caribbean, we do not perceive the same as in the case of Europe and Asia. We do not perceive an extraordinary growth of the consumption, but we do perceive that change of dynamic, and it could be more intense in the case of the African continent. In the right graph, we can observe what we consider the projection or the forecast of the consumers that will be presented on the range of ages. This is another concept that we must consider. The consumption of these drugs is not homogeneous in population, but normally it has a trend in its concentration in the first stages after the teenage life. And then we find for the stimulation in the African case, which the graph is showing us right now on the left-hand side, that perhaps there could be a more significant increase among the ages of 20 to 39 years of age than the other ages. This aspect and the forecast that we're proposing, it's specifically for the forecast on the population growth that's been expected. It has relevance for all the actions that we must carry out to be able to attend this problem. Okay, in this sense, when we are speaking about a global problem, of course, we're also looking at the global problem and it needs. Here, we have a problem, a complex problem related to the way we are looking at it on the drug trafficking side. Of course, in different countries, with different intensities, we have different local actions for the reduction of this offer or supply. In this sense, for the reduction of the supply has different impacts on the market. On one side, it reduces the production on short term, but given to the reduction of the supply or offer, of course, specifically because of the reduction that's been carried out on the production of these crops and these seizures, has an unwishful effect that it pushes the price. It raises the price in these market dynamics. The reduction of supply creates an increase of price in relation to the demand. And in this case, we are talking about a supply sector that is confronting several times different independency problems that makes these people to be willing to pay higher prices for this drug, given that in many cases they present some situations that induce them to seek for a solution for this consumption with a higher intensity. So the effect of this local action on the offer is the reduction of production. But unfortunately, it also pushes the price up and incentivates this business for these agents that are participating in the drug trafficking. And in this way, the local action on supply offer, in the reality, at the end of the day, in the midterm, it increases the revenue or the profits of these drug traffickers. The actions of the authorities can intensify in a scenario, and sometimes, and it can intervene in many of those who are participating in the illicit production, but there is very difficult to act upon all of those people who make part of this business. So in that sense, when we affect the economical activity of several groups that are dedicated to drug trafficking, those groups that are survivors, that has an increase of the profitability of this exercise and an increase of the possibilities of expansion in time when the other groups have lost power in the market. Now, the global action on consumption, which is the other strategy that we have perceived in the movement, of course, it has an effect that is highly that reduces the consumers, but this reduction of consumers also have a secondary effect that is important. It reduces the price of drugs. The number of consumers is something that they want, but together with this reduction induces a reduction in the price, which translates in the revenue and profitability of these drug traffickers. The application, this inclusive application of actions in a global strategy on consumption will be accompanied with UNODC and the local action for the reduction of supply or offer for these organizations that will be carried out joint actions for the reduction of this offer so we can, or demand, so we can find a way to explain from this economical perspective the actions to drive in the school zones, which these criminal organizations are interested in creating these. As we have mentioned before, one of the problems that we have with drugs has to do with the fact that it creates a faithful or loyal consumption of these people who are consumers. So in this way, the perverse action on youth or infants has an effect, economical effect to them. So in these conditions, the global problem should also have global responsibilities that combines the local reduction of the supply or offer, but together with this, the global action on consumption in a way that we will not see the offer and the availability dynamics affected around the world. But together with this, we will have a reduction, hopefully an intense one, on consumption, which without this, it will not be possible. From the interpretation of the market dynamics, where we can find a sensible reduction of these problems of consumption. So in this framework, this global framework, let's say, there's a question that's emerging that is fundamental, that makes part of what has made this calling to this, that has joined us in this place. We're looking at the perspective of gender and the approach of women in drug trafficking in the different environments or zones. We are really considering women in the comprehensive part of the drug trafficking. They give us the entry to the second element, the second idea that we would like to propose, that has to do with the presence of women in drug trafficking. And for this, we would like to propose that there are two particular conditions. One that has not been mentioned often, which is the participation of women as agents in drug trafficking, is to say, people who make part of the business of drug trafficking. But also, we also have the presence of women as those victims, those affected by the dynamics that are related to drug trafficking, which are direct and indirect. A situation that is quite complex. When we examine, we go in depth in these dynamics that are related to drug trafficking, we find out that there's a position on the conditions of some women who are agents of drug trafficking with these conditions of affected victims. It's not so easy to clarify black and white from the participation of women and to separate in all these cases the participation of women as victims who have been affected by drug trafficking. In this sense, for women in drug trafficking, it's important to consider that they may part in different environmental zones. In the production side, as we're going to see right now, in the first thematic blocks, which we're going to be working with, women are making part of the production of these crops of cocaine, poppy, and marijuana. Women in the rural sectors who make part of the production systems within those they are producing the cocaine, marijuana, and poppy crops. Together with this, we have registered through different evidence that women are also making part of the transformation and the processing of the raw material, together with the production of crops, this activity that is netly rural. There are also some women who are making part of the transformation of the process. And there also have been recorded that we have women who are making part of these drug trafficking organizations in different environments within the organizations, within these criminal organizations, excuse me. Now, and related to the drug trafficking and distribution of drugs, we have found out that women participate on one side of the transnational drug trafficking from small and big amounts, and the second day, tomorrow, which we will be addressing with more depth, these thematic, we will examine in the same way which are the roles that the women are playing and which are the affectations that they're having because of their participation in this transnational drug trafficking. Together with this, we have the participation of women in the micro traffic and distribution and trade or commercialization in the streets of these psycho drugs. In this sense, it is very important to point out, as it was being mentioned priorly, the great amount, the very meaningful amount or significant amount of women who are making part of this drug trafficking and commercialization, which are imprisoned. Now, women are also making part of the promotion of the consumption of an active one of the consumption. They also make part of these money laundering networks that operate for the management and the integration of these money that comes from drug trafficking within the legal economy. Once having seen this situation, which women are exercising their agency like this in these activities that are related to drug trafficking from the production environment, we also find the universe of affectations. And in relation with this, it is very important to try to classify that would allow us to identify two types at least. The affectations that are direct, which are specifically related to the production, transformation, and processing and consumption of drugs. But together with this, there are some indirect affectations that are associated to other illegal activities that are related to drugs, as, for example, the human trafficking, which is another situation that presents an association that has been clarified in the
Pero junto con esto, las afectaciones asociadas a la privación de la libertad por delitos relacionados con drogas que, de acuerdo con algunos de los datos más recientes, nos muestra que el 35% de las mujeres que están privadas de la libertad
imprisoned in this moment around the world are not in prison because of drugs, more frequently because of what has to do with distribution and commercialization of small quantities in the different scenarios. Now, together with what we said previously, understanding this variation of these associations, we must consider how we must incorporate the population and local approach. Now we're speaking about production territories, understanding the production regions as those scenarios that are sociable, which apart from the biophysical environments that are favorable for these crops, we have different conditions that will allow us, let's say, the development of these activities and establishing these illegal armed actors and these criminal organizations that support in an economical way as a logistical way for the whole chain operation. And in these territories, the women's problems go beyond what has to do with these specific elements that are associated to the production. In first place, the social violence in different countries, and particularly with the productive countries, have some very nasty consequences for women in many scenarios because of the presence of these armed illegal actors, for the problems that are associated, for the disputes in the territories among these groups, and for the violent problems that are related to these actions to confront these in these territories. And second place, the increase of the consumption of drugs, illicit and illicit drugs. Of course, the consumption of cocaine and its variants, marijuana and its variants, heroin and its variants is very important. But in these territories, the consumption of these illicit drugs are also hurting and creating damage that are associated to these normal problems that women might have in other things like the consumption of alcohol, that is quite often, that are associated with the intensification of the problems of the violence internally from the households and physical and sexual violence as well. On the other side, in that sense, understanding these differences in these productive factors, which some of the presentations will give us some clues, we have the need to consider the population approach, considering the intersectional approach, which is determinant for the understanding and actions of these problems. On one side, the socioeconomical part of women, the studies that are related to the problem of production as of those that have to do with the participation in trafficking, the imprisonments, shows us signs that most of these women are having socioeconomical problems that are very difficult for at least these who have participated in the traffic and commercialization problems and that has been sentenced to imprisonment. In second place, the problem of the migrant population, particularly of these migrant women. This point is also very important because the conditions of vulnerability that these people are confronting has facilitated their instrumentation of drug traffickers, agents in these transit processes, let's say towards their regions that are its destiny as those trafficking agents in small quantities, but also making use of their conditions and these crimes and these problems that are associated to drug trafficking as human trafficking and mercantile trafficking. And third place, the hectarial part, which is determinant in relation to these problems of consumption. It is an element that it is very, very important. And finally, the ethical conditions that in those studies that were carried out to date in the Colombian case have not shown data that would show us a condition that is associated specifically related to the drug trafficking thematics, but we're also realizing that there are participation of different ethnic groups in particularly in these networks of production and distribution of illicit drugs. Related to the consumption of drugs, we have realized, as we have mentioned before, that women constitute around a third part of the total number of consumers in the global level. And this gap which we understood as a stable situation some years ago. We have seen that this gap is being closed. And an example in this case at a global level is showing us that within high school, students in European countries in 1995 was a 68% of women that were consuming against versus men. Now this increased in 2019 to a 74%. So we can see the balance is being equilibrated with complex consequences in the estimated consequences with the problem of consumption and the specific problems for women. Now, the relevance of the gender approach in consumption, apart from the other reasons that were aforementioned, has with the prevalence that we're observing around the world. Now, the data that you're observing on the right-hand side shows us the graphs of consumptions in men and women. There's a study that was carried out in the United Kingdom, and they're pointing out how not only by gender there's some very important variations, but as it was being mentioned in the hectare part is also very important. Now, these women in the solution of drug trafficking, as we said effectively in this moment, we are highlighting a little bit this problem of the women and its participation in drug trafficking, but also we also know that there's a very active participation in relation to the solutions before those production and trafficking, drug trafficking problems. In this sense, in the first place, we have the participation of women in these alternative development projects that are for peace, that are created by women in the organizations. And this panel, we will also get to know some experiences as those actions that are being carried out with women against violence based on gender in these productive sectors or regions, which is something that is unfortunate in some conditions of safetyness that are quite complex, particularly for women who are leaders and for men and women who are leaders in these territories, but also, of course, for these women who are leaders. These women are also participating in the strengthening of these social organizations that are oriented for development beyond the substitution of these illegal crops in these conditions of vulnerability that in these territories facilitate the development of these economies. And also, and not only because of this, this is the last but not least important, there are some organizations that are working in the support of these women who are imprisoned, and for those women who are already finishing their sentence or their time in prison, and now they're in the process of to be in the civil side, and these activities and the different activities that they have together with this. Women are also participating in the prevention and treatment of the consumption of drugs. So here, on the third day, once we speak about the consumption problems and the strategies, we have women organizations that are working in the design and implementation of different strategies that are particularly related to the reduction of these risk factors, related to the strengthening of these protection factors before the drug consumption, and the strengthening of the institutional capabilities to carry out and address the more efficient and more adequate before these affectations that women are going through right now. Now, to conclude, to wrap this up, giving you this overview, we would like to invite three people which we know are particularly important in this first place. All the states, we're fortunate to have this space and for it to be seen and shared in different countries. And to the states, the first invitation is the integration and transformation of the gender approach. Why? So, in first place, we can strengthen the intergovernmental platform related to drugs and gender, that which is already operating, but is very important to consolidate and strengthen. In second place, the design and implementation of public policies that are different at a national level, with all the links in the chain, of course, with the particularities of each country, and the activation of different institutional devices in gender perspectives in the regional, international level, in this different environments and different links of the chain where there's very important to carry these out, and those endeavors, institutional endeavors in the local level or from the national to local level. Now, the civil society and the organizations, there are two elements in this invitation. First of all, the integration of the drug trafficking problem in the agenda of the national and international networks of women, given these particular sensitivities that are creating this participation in this drug trafficking problem. And of course, the continuation of this to confront the vulnerability of human rights for these problems that are related to drugs, which is a very complex problem and very difficult thing to work with in the local scenarios. We're not always count with these institutional capabilities that are enough and technical and adequate support to carry these out. So finally, to these cooperation organizations, the technical and economical support, especially for these networks and these women organizations that are driving these action or collective action in drug trafficking in the different links of the chain. And in second place, secondly, the support of these integration processes of this gender perspective in the public policies at a national level that are related to drug trafficking. Understanding that has something to do with the global problem, which it's very important to see the together joint action and joint violence. Thank you very much. We would like to invite you today, tomorrow, and day after tomorrow. You can continue to accompany us, and we will expect for this endeavor that is being carried out can be of your importance, so we can push or drive this in the perspective of women or gender with the problem of drug trafficking. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your valuable and complete information, and we would like to invite you to block number 1, illicit production of cocaine and the roles and gaps of the gender affectation, which will begin at 9:45 in the morning. We would like to remind you that we are transmitting this event through YouTube channel from UNODC Colombia and the Facebook of the Ministry of Justice and Law through the YouTube channel as well. And we will find access to this into the UNODC. One is the original version in Spanish, and the other one was the version that we have English interpretation. For those people who would like to listen to this event in English, please direct yourself to the second box in YouTube Live on the UNODC Colombia, and you will find the name of the event and its description in English. The audio of this transmission will always be in English for all those people who are around the world and different regions of Colombia. Thank you very much for connecting yourself before us. Please enjoy your day and have a beautiful day.
buenos días, bienvenidos a
Good morning. Welcome to this experience exchange that is international and national on women and drug trafficking. My name is Leonardo Correa. It is 9:49 a.m. and we're going to begin. We're going to give commence to our first block, illicit production of the cocaine crops, flowers, gaps, and affectations in gender. In this first block, we're going to have the opportunity to listen from three different perspectives, elements that are related to illicit crops of cocaine, or these coca crops. In the following block, we're going to be working on marijuana and poppy fields. In this first block, we would like to concentrate ourselves in the production of coca. The production of coca and the last findings of CINCI tells us that there is a phenomenon of coca crops concentration in very specific territories. 45% of the coca is just in 16% of the territory. And this is creating some changes, some transformations in the way that the phenomenon of this territory is given itself. In some zones where these crops are reducing, but in other zones where these crops are concentrating themselves. And this is joined with the integration of new factors. The peace process, demobilization, territorial movements of these armed groups that were occupied of these drug trafficking territories have been using and creating new role players or actors who are joining these territories. And particularly these high concentration territories, a phenomenon which is not only coca, which is present in these territories, but also the transformation processes, the extraction of the alkaloid of the coca leaf, but also transformation in cocaine chlorohydrate. And this is generating other actors to be interacting in the same territory, creating some very complex conditions in these territories. These conditions have been translated to violence in the last several years, the murders of social leaders. This has been growing, and this has been becoming more complex every day, and these changes are generating situations that are not only in the level of the statistics that we're looking at, but also in the elements of how they are in these territories. They are confronting these every day that are allowing us to confront this. In this situation, we can say that, as they were mentioned, as Miguel mentioned in his intervention, in the place of the players or the victims, or the two things, in many occasions, these people with so many agents as victims in this scenario.
Pero también estas personas pueden situarse en la posición de las oportunidades. Y esas oportunidades están dirigidas no solamente
al opportunity,
el problema de la producción de drogas, sino
the production of drugs, and not specifically to
seguramente no se van a solucionar si solamente nos concentramos en solucionar el problema de la producción de drogas. En este bloque de producción ilícita de los cultivos de coca, entonces vamos a ver esto desde tres perspectivas, diría yo. Una desde los territorios, otra desde las políticas públicas y otra desde los datos propiamente dichos. Quisiera, antes de iniciar como tal este diálogo con nuestros ponentes de lujo que tenemos el día de hoy, recordar tal vez dos elementos que mencionaba el primero Olivier en su presentación en la mañana.
Testing 1, 2, 3, testing 1, 2, 3, testing, no está funcionando.
Parte de la solución. Primero, antes que nada, son parte de la solución. Y allí destacar un segundo elemento. Miguel, tal vez. Y es que al ser parte de la solución, necesitamos potenciar esa posibilidad, esa posible solución. No puede ser una parte aislada, oculta o metida en todo el tejemaneje del problema, sino que tenemos que buscar la forma de ponerle luz a esa posibilidad, y para eso estamos invitando hoy a nuestros ponentes. En primer lugar, Nancy Sánchez Méndez. Ella trabaja con la Alianza de Organizaciones de Mujeres Tejedoras de Vida del Putumayo. Nancy es comunicadora social.
Nancy is a social communicator, human defender, and defends gender for more than 27 years, especially in Putumayo, but in other parts of the country, specialized in international rights from the Lyon University in France, specialist in the regional development of the SCAF, and working with the resolution 1325, the Cabina Her Cabina, this program, Tsunam. She is the founder and current coordinator of the Weaving NGO in the Putumayo. This is a platform of 65 organizations of indigenous women, farming women as well. Within those, we have Ola, Women for Peace, and Nancy is going to be our first lecturer. After Nancy, we're going to be listening to Catherine Bellul. Catherine works with the Andina Information Networks. She comes from the United States, and for the last 20 years of research of Catherine was she had approaching with women in the regions of the coca crops and the imprisonment of women given to the offense of or crimes related to drugs. So Kathy is also benefiting and the integrated model of development in the European Union and other countries in the Americas that are equilibrated or balanced and referred to the drug policies of Bolivia and other NGOs at international level and us affected communities and the public who has been agenda. Catherine has knowledge of these development policies, control of this development of alternative development, and Catherine has shown an enormous capability of keeping understanding with the legislators at international and national level, and for this reason we're going to make use of her experience from the public policies perspectives, and in the agency she's an expert that will favor the adoptions of this and that are most important in the drug policies in the country as the impact of policies and support in this sector. And finally, we're going to have an approach on data through Alejandro Tiran presentation. Alejandro Tirano works with the systems of illicit drug and money laundering. He's a politician. He works with the resolution of conflicts and research for peace from the Pontificia Universidad Javeriana of Colombia. He specialized in the Simultaneous Act, and he's from this university and has a master's in rural development from the National University. And he's also practicing as his researches in INCINCI from UNODC, with his company in the development of researches related to the Convention of the Roles and the gaps and affectations that women live in the value chain of drug trafficking. As you can see, there's a very good panel that we're going to have accompanying us, and we would like to invite you directly so we can begin with what we are here to do. Ms. Nancy Sanchez. Nancy Sanchez, the floor is yours. Okay, thank you very much, Renato. First of all, I would like to greet everyone in this meeting from this gender perspective. For me, for 20 years that we have been trying to work on this, so it's present among all the ideas so we can solve this institutional problem of cocaine or coca crops. And there's a very large opportunity here for women. I represent these Tejedoras de Vida, which are life weavers organization. And this is an organization that's precisely in the framework of the armed conflict of a response to this on conflict, but also a response for women in life. That 84 years of this department that's called Putumayo. It was the central axis. This was the central axis of the policy against drugs. And this is in the Plan Colombia. And then we have many other plans, but all the other plans and which are repressive. And from this time, it's more than 94.5, 95, beginning with the initiatives of women which were resisting. As we said, the war is up on top, it's under, it's everywhere. So was FARC, it was from the left wing, and we had the paramilitaries, but other groups. And the most incredible thing is that in this time, the country did not visualize these women who were being discriminated, so we denounced it from our territory, which we're seeing. We saw the first ones come from there, and all the impacts and from the gender perspective, because women that denounce this, well, those are the ones who live day by day, depending on what they can do. They have to feed their children. So this was a job that we carried out ever since 2000 with women. We did the whole story, and we value the fact that today they have the gender perspective, because we try and we showed them that there was a great opportunity with women. Women resisted in the midst of the violence, the sexual violence, which were punishing, because this is a wrongdoing, that, and they live the culture of drug trafficking. This drug trafficking culture has a policy against women. I call it policy because it's a system that is against women, and here we have to challenge this, but we also have to challenge the publications, the military, and everything that surrounds this policy. So there are 65 organizations and many others. It's like more than 100. We have more than 1,500 women that are organized in these actions. And this is really, as Leonardo said, this is an opportunity. The women had the opportunity, and the policies that which was depressive from the military side of eradication. This has not constructed this, not even with the international agreements that we have. We have not picked this up. So we are asking ourselves, what do we have to do to tell them that there is a very important pilot, an important pilot led by women. Women gather themselves around, but they did small groups in this territory to confront this drug trafficking as the policy of the state and the policy of these groups. So in this sense, we try to pick these small initiatives up and to tell them, come here, let's do it together. If the country's not going to do it, we're going to do it. And ever since 20 years ago, we have been working on this task, and we're going to continue working on it. So we have a great challenge, opportunities that are large, because it is still possible, because of the prior experiences that we had. Here we have an emergence at the same time, which are planting coca leaves. This is given an important incentive, which is quite emphatic. And if we do not surpass this in Colombia, in Nariño, in Guaviare, if we do not surpass this problem, we're going to give this policy a transformation And this is the central axis in all the reports in all these territories. And that's why we have this armed conflict, and we are in a conflict, and we're in a very important time so we can take action. If we don't act now, we're going to lose all the process and everything that we have done in the past, all the endeavors that we have done in the last 20 years with this. And for us to have other opportunities, it's very important for the government to support us. So these territories that women live here, these can be valued, so they can be reformulated with policies, and point 3 and point 4 are together. Here, the territory in the Putumayo department, or the oil companies, dedicated to oil companies or mining or these crops. So the only opportunities farmers have been coming since 1996. This problem is social. And in this sense, I would like to, this presentation is quite emotive because we're going to, please, next slide, please, because it's dedicated to 3 women in several levels that they gave their lives up to denounce, to work, and to visualize these opportunities, and they did this without any support from the government or against the government, let's say, which is Gloria Campo, which was murdered in January of last year. She was a leader from the illicit crops from the Punto Guzman district, and she was murdered. Rosalvita, these are 2 women from another level that also struggled, worked, to show their children other opportunities and to show them that it was possible. And in their territory, which is called Las Vegas, she created a proposal from the sports side, from solidarity, so all this village could be free from these coca crops. And because she saw all the violence that was behind this, and this was she was teaching women about all the violence that was behind this, and this is not worth the while. So if they decided to work in the field, Rosalvita and Jamile, we saw them as the best intellectual researchers that work in the academia that began this, not only in the territory, but there are so many researches on these problems. But there were also the first women that I remember that in the year 2000 was defending her people, and she was the first one that spoke about the impacts of these problems in health, in the environment. And in the Busman's office, she denounced all these important things. So it is worth the while in this forum to give them homage to these women who passed away, gave up their lives. She was a founder of this organization, and it's been quite painful for us. Gloria Campo was murdered in this struggle. So the following slide, please. In this meeting, we have visualized this problem and this impacts in health, in our everyday life. Women who wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning, they go to sleep at 6, they will have to work twice as hard because either, from Las Pachinas, there were other people who scratch off the coca leaf. They had to go home and work. They don't want to see this problem with the national government, and I will insist again, these opportunities that these women have in this village to substitute their crops and to substitute these impacts from this narco culture against women. We're going to go to the first video, please. With Women Association, I don't know if it's called Compás, This association gives us the way of creating a women association for the reason that we have always been farmers and we have always been forgotten. Just like the association that the government has forgotten about, they never help us in the fields. I wasn't able to study because of poverty. My mom and dad couldn't afford to give us things, so we had to work. I had to begin to work ever since I was 6 years old because of poverty. So I'm quite sad to see children. I'm very sad from these children that the sacrifice that they have to go through and the poverty that they have. Some children, if they have some food one day, the next day they won't be able to eat because if they have to eat a plantain or banana that has not been cooked or anything, and they will go to sleep with this. Now, because of the situation we have, it would be nice for the main things for us to have good energy, good roads, good bridges. So if people want to leave the field or want to take their productions out of this villages, we don't earn anything from just producing crops like plantain, bananas, and all these things if we don't have any roads to be able to deliver these to the people who wants to buy it from us. So this is the first situation. In the year 2000, we had the first fumigation that they did, and they finished everything. They damaged everything. They finished all our plantations, everything that we were being able to see in our farms. Everything was dried up. Everything died. Our monkeys, our birds, because of the fumigation in 2000. So here, if we have to work with machete, we will have to work with machete. If we have to fumigate, we will do this. If we have to cut trees, we will do it too. Whatever we have to do, we will do. If we have to taste guarana, we will have to do it as well. So please consider the women in these villages so we can have a better life and offer our children a better life as well.
No pongo nombres ni pongo lugares.
All right, so
Que aquí realmente lo legal.
The truth is that here,
A veces en estos
the legal, the illicit, sometimes in these territories is dangerous. So, and these women who are leaders in general, who have the heart to change the system, to change their economy, is really something that we have to admire. As Gloria was saying, as Gloria Campo was saying, this is the most dangerous thing, to be legal and to lead this type of actions. I'm going to go to the second one. I don't have much time. I'm going to go to the second video. Every year we have to create a field and we try to work on peace because this seabed in our village and these illicit crops, we have tried to create a championship to join forces with these communities and to become more friends and get to know each other more, because in this way we think that we have forgotten a lot of things that have happened to us in the past with all this violence that we have lived with our children, with our families, and every day we are becoming friendlier and we were creating spaces to have more leisure time to this way we were not thinking about things that happened. The majority of the village had a commitment with the national government, and I believe that it was in this moment when we created an agreement and this village was eradicated, zero coca. So the whole village organized themselves and they did this in a volunteered way, and we women, we organized ourselves through the Familias en Acción program. They came to train us, and from here we started our organization, which is Asociación. Now you will see this in these women, especially the women. I'm speaking about the women of the context of Las Vegas village, was just dedicated to being housewives. They did not have that vision or that view of carrying out, I'm going to do some training, I'm going to carry out a trade or a career or something, I'm going to study. It doesn't mean that if I'm going to study, I'm going to leave my children alone, my home alone. I'm going to create better opportunities for my family to earn more so I can carry out a special job or task. And we women, we're just dialoguing to create and cook for these workers and to do things at home, but we did not have any other view of going beyond these things. So in a personal manner, and from my group, from my work group, from the Ganadera group, the livestock group, we saw that we can work in other ways, but we do not have any money problems anymore. Now we are receiving money, we're working in a very peaceful way or calm way, and we're able to accomplish this. We're able to go ahead in our lives, is to work in team, work together, to participate and to dialogue and to begin to participate in all the projects that are being created. If you do not participate in these projects, you're not doing anything. So in regards to the support that we received by Ms. Rosalba, approximately around 2009, we had the total eradication of the illegal crops in Las Vegas village in the department of Putumayo. And this was a process that she led step by step. We organized it with the work groups, and among all of us, we supported each other through this process. The idea was to eradicate all the crops, and so we will not have one plant left, and we were replacing little by little by other crops like plantain, corn, cassava, yuca, and this was our little dream that we helped to create peace in our country. This is the way we can live. If you have good food that's in crops, we have food to eat, and this is good for us. And we can say that we're expressing our support. We feel calm. You don't have any problems with anybody. You're not involved with anybody. You're working. You're being helpful, and this helps peace, the tranquility that we feel from our hearts, to be able to share with our families, to be able to share with the community, and without having any fears. This is peace for me. I am a woman that transforms.
Bueno, ellas dicen definitivamente como
Okay,
escogimos 4 casos, solo puedo presentar
we
3,
chose 4 cases.
pero de
I
las
can only
65
present 3 of these,
organizaciones del departamento del
but from the 65 organizations that the Putumayo department has, they all work in this idea to transform.
que es el último, el
I'm going to
video
show the last case, which is the last video
que es una de las organizaciones
of Asocopap, which is one of the organizations that is
que
incredible,
empezaron,
that's being led by women, and they all began with the cacao crops. Well, before, my history was a different thing. Women who were dedicated to illicit crops. We did not have the time for ourselves because we had to work so very late. We had to be in these kitchens all day, so we didn't have time for ourselves, not even to go out to get to know events or different things. So fortunately, with the cacao idea, I feel that I am freed now, that I can dedicate myself to other things like cacao crops, the transformation. And in this way, we have been able to go out, to get to know other places, to be in other scenarios, to be able to share with other women, to create a different story, which we want for our children at the end of the day, for our grandchildren. And in this way, we are quite motivated to continue in this process of cacao crops in this time of illicit crops. Well, women, we didn't have the space of time for ourselves because we always had 20, 30 workers, so we were always cooking, cooking, and cooking. So the whole day, we had that fear, we were living with that fear that if somebody will arrive and other people will get there, and if it wasn't money, it was chickens, or they would say, go and give me this and I will allow you to work. So it was that thoughtfulness that we couldn't join anything. And for this time, we would say, from my experience, from my side, this tranquility that we're feeling as women, as people who are living in this village, that peacefulness, I believe, does not have a price. This fumigation was quite hard. 6 months, 4 months, 6 months later, we had an fumigation, and it was not even. Then we had another eradication 4 months later. So then we weren't able to have any money, and we had to decide that in some farms in our community, we had some plants left, but it was here when the community organized themselves, women, men, and children, and they will go seek or look for these places so we can dig. And we said to ourselves, if we want to help ourselves, if we want to organize ourselves, we want to create an organization here, it's time for us to do zero coca plantations or crops, to be able to go and look for supports, go to the institutions, to the government, to tell them, listen, we are a community that with our endeavors, we decided to finish this, but now we need your support. So we did the Minga. We went through the whole village, and if there's one plant left around there, it's just as a memory.
Bueno, yo creo que los testimonios son evidencia
So I believe these testimonies are evidence of all the impacts that women have had in these coca crops, their double shifts, triple shifts, the sexual violence that was began, and we have documented all this. Let's go to the following slide, please. We have documented all the sexual violence that existed behind this drug trafficking culture, this chauvinist culture. But from the other testimonies of the other women is that they are saying, they're speaking about all the processes that they went through, and not because they wanted to plant or grow coca, not because they decided to do it, it was because they didn't have any other opportunities. Secondly, because in this moment, they're interested to plant this coca. And there are some villages, there's so many initiatives that we have lost that had been complete villages that we have eradicated without a military policy, without forced eradication. And the truth is that women were saying, well, this is going to bring us more violence. But we all must recognize that it was the only opportunity that they had to pay their children's education. As some of the women mentioned, these policies must become a reality. Here, people in the year 84, from 84 to 90, these people constructed the roads. With what they receive from the coca, they pay for this. From what they receive from the coca, as they said, they put the children through universities. So, a conclusion that we can have, the following slide please, is that not to generalize a population that is trying to improve their life. Second is the opportunity of these tejedores de vida, life weavers, or in the development plans that we have had this year. 8 public policy lines from gender violence, in great part from these 7 municipalities through the department that's been funded by the Mujeres por la Paz, Women for Peace, is giving us an opportunity in this country. It has given us reliability to try to implement some opportunities in this sense. And this is where we have some resources that we lost. More than 2,000 million pesos is a very important resource for women before pandemic. But we still have the opportunities to continue the pressure so we can receive the support, and this all can be evident, and we can all visualize all these problems. Women are incredible in this country. Women are working without any help and opportunities, and the government is not recognizing these public policies. So I believe my time is done. Yes. Thank you very much, Nancy, for your presentation. Your presentation has been very interesting. We're going to have a space to have a Q&A session from the public, and I would like to go directly to give the floor to Caitlin Welcome. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation to the people in charge of organizing this event. It is a pleasure for me to follow Nancy after such experience in these important cases and this contribution that she has done and the things that we would like to highlight, but also to tell you guys that after 30 years working with this topic,
We have to concentrate on some key things that we need to concentrate on. And first, we have to say that drug trafficking is something that is generated and pushed by demand, generally external demand of cocaine. So our effort of fighting supplies and the forced eradication of coca has never had the full desired effects, given that constant demand that is a foreign driver of the streams. And during the pandemic, it has actually been growing. Also, we need to recognize that during 30 years, the forced eradication and the alternate development condition to the prior
la superficie del cultivo de coca en la región andina.
Superficial of theirs. It actually maintains the ones in there, and it has been growing and transferring from one country to the other, from one region to the other. And yes, we have seen clearly that during 3 decades it has been there. And we can see it clearly during the monitoring of the coca crops that were presented by UNODC. So we have now a policy to achieve their goal, and we will also maintain a whole series of effects or negative impacts, of which we have actually pointed out of Ramsey, the breaches of human rights, a growing militarization, an impoverishment of the rural areas, the criminalization of the producers of coca. And in these terms, the impact has been focused or broadened and has fallen on women in an unfair manner. I think it's important to see the issue of women growing crops as a women who are farming women and its agriculture, and turn it from the focus of drug policy and as part of a process of interdiction. I think that we made a mistake, I believe, instead of seeing the root cause of the problem. And I think that is something that Nancy has emphasized, and the colleagues that have spoken in their presentation and their different level, that is something there that the planting of coca crops is a matter of subsistence. It's actually something that they need to do to feed their children, to cover the basic needs of the family, aside from overcoming the absence of the state and the service of the state that traditionally has been the case of the Colombian state, the Peruvian state, the Bolivian state. And this separation, instead of seeing it as like the first step of drug trafficking, and focus it in policies that are development policies. And in these cases, we have these development policies, or I would so-call the substitution of crops, because in no place in a global way have we managed to achieve this substitution of coca. It could be that in the region we substitute the crop, but then they balloon into a different range, or they go to another country there. So the majority of these coca crops were focused in Peru and Bolivia, and through the dynamics and the forced eradication, it has been driven towards Colombia, where now there is the greatest majority of the coca crop in Colombia there. How has this problem been tackled in the different areas? For example, I highlight very much the case of Bolivia, that at some point in time, it was the second country that produced the largest amount of coca, in spite of the fact that it had a territory that is far smaller. At that time, Bolivia had a coca crop that, according to the monitoring of the UNODC, and then we saw that the monitoring system of UNODC in its verification on site with the Bolivian state is one of the methodologies that is most accurate of measuring the coca crop. There's some 20,400 hectares. And how did they manage to get to that there? With several things, but the main one is actually to recognize that a policy of zero cocoa is not going to work in none of these countries. So it is best to establish a reasonable vision of how much coca crops can be there and to direct this coca. And in Bolivia, they have established that in Bolivia, there is a difference. In Bolivia and Peru, there is a traditional consumption of coca crop that doesn't exist in Colombia. However, the Bolivian policy does have the possibility of being adopted in Peru with the government of Peru. And there's some of the focuses that we adopted in Colombia. It's very important to note that we have organized these exchange of coca women and of women and men between Peru and Colombia and Bolivia and Peru. And we have participated with a colleague, with Nancy, with corporations, with human corporation, and that was to restrict the coca leaves. The families in Bolivia, they have authorized areas, some 1,600 square meters of coca. It's a coca crop that is regulated, and based on that, the price of the leaf, the legal price of the legal leaves, it's 10 times higher than what we have in Colombia. And with that income, with that base of subsistence, has enabled the diversification of the crops. It has enabled credits for those families. It has actually enabled to issue some land titles to more than half of the ones there, of the women's of these coca growing areas, the access to banking credits, but in a way of not impoverishing the families. And also the achievement of Bolivia has been to separate the production part up to the alcicat and the traffic of the progress of the coca families. So here we cover them with the restrictions of the crops. We need to have a strong participation of a social organization of women and coca ones, Bolivian ones, and they have executives and female leadership and male leadership and gender parity, and with secretaries of social control, what they call the self-community control, systematized by UNODC, has enabled the limitation from the crops, the separation and the attack of the crops, but also from the illegal part. At the time when the subsistence can no longer be guaranteed by the families because of a price of coke that is very low, because our traditional focus is to eliminate all the cocoa. What actually leads to its expansion, what one would prefer is actually as a high price for the leaf, for an amount of coca that restricted, that later it is not the farmers, not theirs, it's the one that produces the coca paste. It is the ones that gathers, it's the one that actually transforms or crystallizes it in cocaine, into cocaine. This is a system that has led, with the aid of the European Union and with the active collaboration of UNODC, to a development, an integral development system with coca, and the idea of including coca for the subsistence so that we can enable the diversification and how we can have a gender focus. Let's not forget that as an organism, we have actually committed with the final document of ONDAS that actually we have managed to have the sustainable development goals, and the fifth sustainable development of gender equity should be focused on our policies. So this means that women and rural women are part of the people who plan the initiatives, that the indicators are differentiated by gender issues, that they propose, that they design the policies, that they implement the policies, and they assess the results of the policy. The state, for 30 years, I have been in presentation where we all plan how we should treat these poor women that are coca producers, while these coca producing women are analysts, political analysts of the realities that they have to face in their life. They are economic analysts and development drivers. These are capable women who can implement and lead to programs that we need to execute. What we need to do is to begin to listen to these policies. Nancy highlighted that they have published policies that are dedicated, and not all these problems be treated as objects. And we must recognize the issue of repression and forced eradication does not work. It actually limits the possibilities for women. It multiplies domestic violence. So we have to find a way in how the state can actually assume its role in all these countries. This has worked in Bolivia. The state provides citizenship to women citizens and to male citizens. The state has a responsibility, a fundamental one at that, to get to those rural areas, so much so as well as in the urban areas with services, with public works, with schools, with public services and social services. And that means that the indicators of the development projects and the development with gender focus must be a priority. And from there is you begin to treat the subject of illicit crops, not the other way around. We have made the mistakes of taking some development policies and have a community development and to see it through the anti-drug lens. No, the well-being and the development of the families lead to the non-dependency on the drug trade, of the diversification of the economy, and a focus of women as change agents. Now, there's still a lot of parity in this pathway, but the key is to strengthen those women organizations, understand the impossibility of limiting totally the coca crop, to understand fundamentally the corrosive nature of forced eradication and militarized eradication, and something that is even worse, which is expressed that eliminates the possibilities of any development, any community development. When we start from those focuses, they are repressives, and we begin to measure our progress in the Sustainable Development Goals that are transversal by gender, and UNO Women, they have done a very important set of work across the board of all the Sustainable Development Goals, and then we begin to see some progress. We wish less coca, we wish for more security, we wish for more well-being, and we want farmers not to be the victims of all the sides of the conflict. And that's what we base ourselves in projects and divisions of women. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Catherine, and thank you very much for supporting us with being right on time. I would like to take this opportunity to request of the people who are listening to us through the social networks that they please type up the questions that they wish to do for the final panel in the channel of the different platforms. It's important for us because at the end of the day, we're going to have the opportunity to gather and solve some of the opportunities there. We're going to progress, and I'm going to request from Alejandro that he proceeds with his presentation. Alejandro, please, can you Take over the mic and start, Alejandro.
Muy
Thank
buenos
you.
días a todos, ¿me escuchan bien?
Good morning to all. Can you hear me well?
Perfecto, muy buenos días
Yes, you
para
can hear
todos
me
y todas.
fine,
Es un gusto poder
perfectly great.
compartir este
Good morning
espacio
to all,
de
ladies and
diálogo
gents.
con Nancy,
And it's
con
my
Catherine,
pleasure to have this very
porque
dialogue with
justamente lo
Nancy, with
que ellas
Catherine,
acaban de explicarnos
because
un poco
precisely
permite
what
aterrizar
they have just
esto con los
explained,
datos
it allows us
que
to
voy a
go down to
exponer
earth
en esta
with the
oportunidad. La
statistics
ponencia
that I am going
que
to
haré
share
en estos
with you.
minutos
The
se
presentation that
titula
I'm going to do in
Características y
these minutes
problemáticas
is
de
actually
las mujeres
called
que habitan en regiones
Characteristics and
productoras de coca
Problems
en
of
Colombia.
Women Who
Y esto es
Live
un poco aprovechando
in
lo que
the
se ha
coca
venido haciendo
producing
desde el
areas of
CINCE de
Colombia.
Colombia
This is to
en
take
la
advantage
producción
of
de
what
los
we have
datos y el
actually been doing
compromiso que
from
se ha
CINCE
tenido en los
Colombia
últimos años de
when
poder
we
darle
generate
lectura
the
a esos
statistics
datos
and the
desde un
commitment that we
enfoque
have
y
had
desde
to
una
be able to
perspectiva de
read
género
all
para
these
poder
matters from a
soportar en
gender
cierta forma
perspective, a
justamente lo
gender
que nos han
focus, to be
venido
able to provide
exponiendo
support precisely
eh,
what
las
has been
colegas anteriores
presented
en
so
relación a
far
las características de las
from our
mujeres y las
former
problemáticas que
colleagues
ellas viven en estos territorios. Un poco la hoja de
with
ruta
respect to the
que les
characteristics
planteo para
of
estos
women and what
minutos
they have to live in
es la
those
siguiente.
territories.
Primero, una
One of
pequeña
the things that I have
introducción
for
a lo
these
que
few
hemos
minutes
venido
is first,
haciendo desde el
I'd
CINCE
like to have
Colombia
my agenda and a
sobre la
tiny introduction of what
aproximación
we've
a
been
las
doing from
economías
CINCE
ilegales,
Colombia
particularmente en
about the
este caso el
approach
tema de la
of the
coca desde el
illegal
enfoque de
economies,
género.
particularly in this case of the
Luego
coca
seguiremos con
from
el
a
tema de
gender
las
focus.
características y aquí
Then we'll
quiero
continue
resaltar
with the
algunos rasgos sobre la vida
characteristics.
de las
And
mujeres que viven
here
en
I
zonas
wish to
cocareras,
highlight certain traits
particularmente en tres
of the women
elementos
who live in
fundamentales: el
these
tema de
couples,
la
particularly in
distribución
three
poblacional,
fundamental
el
elements:
tema
the
del trabajo,
distribution of
que es
the
algo que han
population,
mencionado
the
las
issue
colegas
of
anteriores, y el tema
employment
de la
that
educación.
our colleagues have actually been
Luego
doing
seguiremos
before,
un
and
poco
then
por las
education and
problemáticas y
access to it.
entender que el
Then
escenario
we
es
will go
bastante
along with
complejo
other
para aquellas
different
que viven
problems
en
and
las
understand
mujeres, en
that
las
the
zonas
scenario is
cocaleras, las
complicated
mujeres que viven en
for
zonas cocaleras.
people who
Y
live in those
finalmente algunas
coca producing
conclusiones,
regions.
dando un poco un panorama general sobre lo que
Finally,
representa
certain
la vida de las
conclusions,
mujeres en
a
territorios con
general
presencia de cultivos
overview
de
of what
coca y
the
algunos
life of
retos
women
que
means in those
podemos
coca
afrontar,
producing areas,
un poco
certain
siguiendo con la
challenges that we
línea
have
que
to
nos
face.
planteaba Miguel en
A
la
bit
conferencia
following along
inaugural
the
a esos
line of what
grandes
Miguel
actores,
was
el Estado, la
proposing
sociedad
in the
civil
inaugural
y
ones
los
of great
territorios.
players, the state, the
Empecemos un poco
social
con esa introducción. El tema del
society,
narcotráfico desde una mirada de
and other
género, en el
players. Let's
caso del
start with the
CINCI o
introduction.
NODC,
Looking
ha
at
sido
drug trafficking from a gender
un
focus in
tema
SIMSI
que se ha venido
UNODC.
incursionando en los
It's
últimos
been
años,
an
como les
issue
decía al inicio,
that
con el
we have
compromiso de poder entender las
been
realidades del territorio.
structuring
Desde
in the
nuestra
past few
oficina hemos estado
years so that
comprometidos
we can
con
actually
poder
take a look, and
aproximarnos
from
al
our office we
detalle
have been committed
de las
with
realidades que viven
being
estas
able to
mujeres y
approach
poder
the details of the
entender
realities that
todas
these
las
women must
distintas
face
vidas que allí
so that we
se
can
encuentran.
understand
Y
the
para eso,
different
una
types of
pregunta
life that play
grande
out.
y
And for
rectora de
that
lo que
there
hemos
is a
venido hablando es
large sort of
si la aproximación es
question, a sort
igual
of
para hombres y
overarching
mujeres, y la
question and umbrella
respuesta es
that
no.
if conditions are the
La
same for
aproximación es
men and
totalmente
women, and the answer is
distinta,
clearly
como nos lo han
no.
venido
The
contando.
approach, the
Existen
look,
unos roles
the perspective is
diferenciados
totally
que
different. So
desarrollan mujeres y
certain
hombres en
differentiated
los
roles
escenarios
that
rurales,
women perform
particularmente en
and
el
that
tema de la
men
producción de
perform
los
in the
cultivos
rural
ilícitos.
areas, in
Hay unas
particular
brechas que
in terms
también
of
se replican
producing
en estos
illicit crops.
escenarios y unas
There are
afectaciones
some
distintas.
gaps that
Y
are
esto nos
replicated in
permite
these
y nos da pie
scenarios,
para
and
poder
then some
analizar el problema desde esta mirada,
behaviors are distinct. And
porque,
this
como
allows
les
us
menciono, el tema no es igual. Y por ello,
analyze this because
lo que
since, as
hemos
we
venido
can
haciendo
mention, the topic is
es
not the
identificar un
same, the
poco esa
conditions are
cadena de
not the
valor
same,
del
although the place is
narcotráfico
the
con un
same.
enfoque de
And
género.
it's important to understand that value
Particularmente nos
chain
hemos
with
centrado
this
desde el CINCI
gender
en el
focus.
tema de
This in
entender la
particular we have
producción
actually
de los
faced
cultivos,
in the SIMSI
incluyendo su
of
transformación,
understanding the
pero también
production
el
of the
tema de la
crops, including
comercialización y el
the
tráfico.
transformation, and
Han
also
sido como
the
los
issue
dos
of crop marketing and
elementos en los
traffic.
cuales hemos
It's been
hecho
like
una
the
mayor
two elements where
aproximación
we
en
have
temas de
made
estudios, y lo
a
hemos hecho desde una
greater
lectura mixta.
approach in
Es
terms of
decir,
studies,
hemos
and we have
buscado
done so from
información
a mixed
cualitativa,
approach. In
recogiendo
other words, we have
testimonios
actually sought
y
out
las percepciones
qualitative
que tienen las
information
personas
and
en
gathered
las comunidades donde se localiza
testimonials,
este problema,
and then
pero esto lo
also
hemos
interviewed
contrastado
people
con
in the
los números. Es
communities where
decir, hemos
this problem is, and
aprovechado
we
la
have contrasted
producción
that with statistics, the
de
raw
datos que
numbers,
se
and
da
we've
desde el CINCI
contrasted
y
it with
hemos podido hablar
projections and
estas dos
development
realidades,
data
lo cual
that
ha
we
sido
have
una
had with
combinación bastante
SIM,
aprovechable
TI,
para
and
poder
then we
entender
had
este
a
problema desde una
combination that
mirada
has
distinta,
been
como les
quite
menciono.
exploitable to sort of have a global a focus, a multi-perspective view or over a view.
Perfecto. Entonces entremos un poco a uno de los primeros temas, el tema
Why
de
don't
las
we start a
características de
bit
las
with one
mujeres
of the
que habitan
few
en regiones
topics of the
productoras de coca.
characteristics of
Aquí
women
ustedes
that we
encuentran a
have
mano
in
izquierda
these
un mapa
regions.
de
Here
Colombia
you
que
can see on
está
the left-hand
dividido
side a
un poco
Colombian
con
map
las
that is
regiones con las
divided a
cuales el
bit
CINSI
with the
analiza la
regions in
afectación de los
which
cultivos
CIMSI
ilícitos.
analyzes the
Y
affectation
aprovechando
or the
esta
impacts of
distribución y
illicit
estos análisis que
crops.
se hacen en los
And taking
territorios,
advantage of these
en el
distributions and
2008,
these
uno de los
analyses that we
proyectos que
have in these
analizamos fue
territories,
el
in
desarrollo de una
2008,
encuesta
one
que
of the projects that
quería
we had was the development
entender un
of a,
poco
or we performed a
cómo se
survey
instalan las
to
economías lícitas, llamémoslo
understand better
así,
how
en zonas con
illicit
cultivos de coca y poder
economies
hacer el contraste, es decir,
are
entender las realidades
established there
que se
and
viven
illicit
tanto en las
economies, and then to understand the
familias, las
realities that
personas,
one
las
still
unidades productivas,
face among the
con
families,
presencia de
the
cultivos y
productive
los que no.
families,
Esto se hizo
with the
en
presence
4
of
grandes
crops and the
regiones,
ones that
diríamos
are not
unas
like that. We
de las
did
más
this in 4
afectadas.
large
El tema de
regions, one of the
Catatumbo,
most
en norte de
affected, and
Santander,
it's actually the
una de
region
las
of
zonas
Catatumbo in the
mayormente
province
afectadas
of
por los
Norte de
cultivos de
Santander
coca hasta la
in the
fecha.
northeast
Toda
neighboring
la
of
región
Venezuela,
Pacífico, el
where
Pacífico
there's one of the
colombiano,
most
Putumayo,
that coca is
Caquetá,
planted. All the
donde nos
regions of the
hablaba
Pacific,
Nancy
the
que está
Putumayo
este
province, the
problema,
Caquetá
o que
province,
ha habido este
where
problema de
we
los
were
cultivos,
seeing these
y
problems, where we have
Metaguaviare.
had this problem of
¿Cuál
the
fue el
crops,
propósito de la encuesta?
and the
Entonces,
area of
fue
the
aplicar
province of
900
Meta
encuestas
and
en
Guaviare.
dos
What was the
grandes,
purpose? To
llamémoslo,
carry out 900 surveys in
poblaciones.
kind of 2
Una, las
large
unidades productoras
sets of people.
agropecuarias
One,
de estos
the
territorios,
farming
y
producing
otras las
units
unidades
of those
productoras
territories,
agropecuarias con
and then
coca,
the
y
units
poder
that
hacer
are
esa
farming producing
comparación y ese
areas
contraste. Y lo
with
que se
coca
buscaba
crop,
entonces,
and to
como
be
les
able to
menciono,
compare and
es
contrast. And what
conocer
we
las
were
características de
seeking,
estas
I mentioned,
personas,
is
de
actually
los
to know the
hogares y de las
characteristics of
unidades
these people,
productivas
of the homes and of the
agropecuarias con y
productive
sin coca.
units,
¿Y qué nos
with
permitió
and
esto?
without coca.
Algunos de los
And
datos que
what did that
salieron son
enable
los
us
siguientes.
to do?
En el tema
Some
de la
data that we
distribución,
had were as follows. In the issues of people's distribution, in the left-hand graph of your screen, we're actually having there the national populations in 2 of the most recent census issued by the Statistical Department of Colombia, the DANE, of how the people are distributed throughout our territory. On the left-hand side, you have the distribution of the population in the 4 regions. And the only thing that one can observe in this graph is that the rural population between the 40 and 59 years that we have had there has been greater seen from the national distribution. And this, of course, enables us to have a first view of what one hears when you approach the territories, is that we're, we need a generational handover. The youngsters, because youngsters are not staying in the farm, as one can see here in the national distribution. And that is a key factor, not only to understand the topic, but also to offer solutions, as was mentioned before, because of course women are part of the solution, but when you approach the territories, youngsters are also a solution. And actually, they offer a solution for the problem. They offer alternatives, of course, young women. So this piece of data is in particular one to keep in mind, not only to understand the problem, but also to offer solutions as one is thinking them through. A second piece of data is the issue of work and the social opportunities. And this is something that is very important when one tries to understand the issue of gaps, working gaps that we have in the territory. So this work has to do with the remunerated jobs, and we can actually begin to add all the regions. For example, in the case of the Pacific, there is this ill fortune of something there. There's not that lack of equity, and the same thing with Metaguaviare, but if you zoom in Putumayo, Caquetá, or Catatumbo, there is a significant difference between men and women who work in the productive units with and without coca. Having women being the lower percentage share in being occupied in those jobs. So this could be concluded that actually we're reproducing the roles in respect of the occupation of men and women. Men are mostly occupied in farming activities in these regions, and women are not so much so. And that could, as a matter of fact, be in works of care, although we did not included this in the survey, but it would be important or interesting to go more in depth there. But we wanted to offer the piece of data so that it could be understood. In general terms, we have a significant gap in employment levels, and here 87% of men, I beg your pardon, are reporting that they do have a job. Only 56% of women have a job. This could be perhaps described because of the housework that they do. It could be that some women don't report there. We have there in capital. It's necessary to study this further to understand why this is happening in these territories. Now, if we were to approach more in detail to all these stats, and we see the issue of men and women, what one can see here. So for you to compare here on the left-hand side, you have men, on the right-hand side, you have women in the survey, and you can see that 91% of the men actually dedicated to farming work. Outside and within the productive unit, which means that to a certain degree is that we have this role of work of remunerated men there. But if we were to see the case of women, that only 61% of them are actually dedicated to that. And if you were to see that the survey doesn't register these activities in the home, possibly the percentages of activities of production and outside of them, it could be associated with these activities. And then we would have to have even further details, or if it's that or there are other activities that are being performed. And to even go much further into detail, if we were to have these farming details and women in the farming units with coca crops, and there you can see a notable difference. And there is that you have an apparent proportionality that you do within this unit farming units, the one on the left, where you have these farming units. However, in the farming units with coca, women work inside and outside of their community. In other words, they have some certain degree of maneuverability to be able to have access or to work in these farming units within and outside their units. And this could actually respond into other cases to all the economies that are being managed in the productive units with coca and the production of these licit crops that you could do with all of this. Finally, as you can see in the right-hand graph, 28% of women perform activities that are not farming units, which could include the roles of processing cocaine leaves. Mentioned that what Nancy was mentioning in the beginning, because of the studies that we have done in CIMSI, but also in other research institutions, we can actually participate in the coca production. They don't only do so in the role of scraping out the leaf, but actually in transforming such leaf in the so-called chemists. And as we have actually done of the provisioning of food for those who work in the coca labs. So this could be explained with that piece of data, and that's within all the surveys that you have to finish this section of social opportunities and work opportunities. We have this graph on the issue of women between 17 and 22 years of age in the UPACs. Either doesn't work there, the graph is almost inverted. In the case of women, 43% of them do not work. But in the case of men, it is 20%, and 42% of them have work in productive farming units. This, let's say, that could question a bit if we're maintaining the gender roles as we had mentioned at the beginning. We can say that these women that do not work is because first, they don't have the access, and second, some of them actually dedicate themselves exclusively to work, to education, as we can see further, and this could be one of those routes, but it actually draws our attention, and we wanted to show it in the measure that the data is quite diverse between men and women, and then the question that one may pose analyzing if these roles are maintained in gender properly established. In the case of education or access to it, let's just say that the data that we were able to analyze in a comparative manner is that the percentage above 5 years of age that reads and write is 87%, and that's not very different between men and women, and between rural and urban. So the opportunities of women before was limited. Now we have had a transformation in the rural environment. In other words, there are more opportunities to learn to read and write. Of course, there are challenges that one must face, but it is an important set of progress, and we're not going to say that we don't have to keep them in mind in these things that are being proposed, that 29% were adults that have actually overcome some grades in secondary education. But this is an important piece of data because women are, say, that are more immersed in middle education, and here we just have to say that this is an issue that is it's a good light whenever we look at intervention policies. Now, this is some of the data that I wanted to show here from Census. I don't want to bore you with figures, but now I want to show a bit of what are the problems of people who live in these coca producing areas. And here we want to point at 4 large line items that jointly with the research that we have done quantitatively and qualitatively, there's a first. It is a complex path. The roadmap is not easy to overcome these problems in the territories. And the 4 large elements that we have found is first is the issue of armed conflict. Armed conflict that is lived in the territories generates differentiated, unfair, and prolonged impacts, and sort of amplified by drug trafficking in this area. In the area of the armed conflict, it is not exactly, let's call it a reiterative problem in Colombia. No, what we wish to say here is that this conflict impacts differentiated women. And this must be kept in mind whenever we understand these territories and issue policy, because if there's drug trafficking there and the territories where you have the greatest complexity of violence in Colombia. A second element are the problems with illegal economies, not only drug trafficking and illegal mining, or the issue of smuggling or other illegal communities actually promotes particular ones that affect women in different manners. What we do is, and what we have identified in the territories, problems like the increase in alcohol consumption, intra-family violence, the change of cultural dynamics, and the relationships, the community relationships associated to the establishment of bonanzas of illegal crops generates a dynamic amongst women that is an element to keep them in mind whenever we have solutions that don't eradicate not only the disappearance of the illegal crops, but actually the transformation of the territory that for years was affected by these problems. A third element that we have mentioned to some of the colleagues was the challenge of implementing the peace. And this is associated a bit to the topic of the social leaderships that we have been mentioning. And although there have been some efforts to actually service these problems, they're still current, and the risks for territorial transformation starts from women, and it's not foreign to that. A piece of data from the People's Defender in Colombia is that 12% of leaders who were killed were women. And that is a piece of statistic that one must keep in mind, because this is one of the challenges that must be overcome by women so that they can actually transform the territories in which they live. Now, another topic here is of teenage pregnancies, and it's just not one problem that is actually is an area of problems with women with coca. No, it's teenage pregnancy is a problem nationwide. It just hits specifically harder the rural women, and this is something that we must keep in mind with this. I don't want just to say that there are other types of problems, but in our judgment, these are the large ones, so that whenever we think of the territories, I think we have to keep them in mind. Things being this way, I perhaps can share certain conclusions in certain bulk elements. The first one is the working gap, or the gap at work. because here we have a gender gap of paid labor, and the uneven distribution of this affects the economics of women. And this is an issue that we must keep in mind whenever we set policies of which we have been speaking. A second topic is the educational gap. And although there is a reduction of this gap for the first levels in the rural scenario, there are some limitations to be able to have access to higher education. And this is a key element that we must keep in mind in the territories, and particularly from a gender gap, to be able to push these solutions in which we have done. The issue of the armed conflict, as we mentioned before, it is a problem that we must keep in mind, since women have to face the gender gaps that actually affect critically these personal development in life, and even social development there in their life options. And looking at the conflict and this scenario that we have, this scenario of this social leaders and human rights defender, and we would have to mention that they transform their communities, they transform realities. They actually have to face a violence that threatens them, but it's an issue that must be kept in mind. And finally, some challenges. The issue of gaps at work. We need to close that gap of dignified work, of coca producing areas, transcendental elements, to push licit ones from a gender perspective. Another one is the security for social action, and this is associated with leaders. We must act in a national way in providing security to all these women who are leaders in terms of human development in areas where there's coca, which is particularly what we were speaking. And also the issue of research, academic research, even further, to go even more in depth of what women come in their territories with the presence of coca because of the data that we have seen, and to do more because of what we've seen in these research, because this is one of the necessary factors, because historically we have had them in the territories, these effects. Thank you very much for all this. And in my final part, I would like to invite you to query certain publications that I have mentioned, that we have it in DAE SIMSI, in the system of monitoring illicit crimes, and other pieces of research that we have done. So thank you very much. Alejandro, thank you. I would like to request from all the colleagues who are coordinated in the masters, is that you do have there, that you publish where are the SIMSI links where you can query all of these there, so that everybody knows what the pages are or what we're presenting at this time. So please publish it. Right. Let me take a few minutes before we go to the Q&A and share the questions and answers, so that we could perhaps share or rescue or mention 3 elements that I think would help us to summarize this first session of this first set of elements, that it's part of what our story is all about. The first, the resistance to women. It's not only a drug issue, and here I wish to highlight, because Nancy was mentioning traditional machismo. Women have had to face this traditional machisms. Alejandro mentioned that the gaps that they have in finding a paid job or in access to education. All colleagues spoke of the conflict and how the conflict forced women to exercise and provide assistance. Even actually the very survival constituted one of the elements to which women must resist. And that, what they speak about, is of actually the capacity that women have. These are women who are more than capable to resist, to adapt, to find alternatives, to solve not only the problems, but also all those other priorities that are in the different ones, to feed their children. It's not something that actually says that I solve my problem right away and then I see what I can do. No, in the case of women, it is all included in another way, another whole set of concerns that must be solved. And that's why the forbearance, the capacity to resist is one of those issues. So here, another topic that I think was touched by all the colleagues, the fact that there is a differentiating impact. We cannot think of this problem in the territories as just one phenomena and only affects all people in the same way. No, all colleagues mentioned that there was a differentiated impact, and that a differentiated impact has not been studied fully. We don't have enough data to be able to comprehend that the way in which the phenomena are covered in the territories are different if seen by men, if seen by women. And that is what I mentioned. I want to quote something that Nancy perhaps mentioned, that there is a differentiated response because there is a different value set for women. It is very important to solve the day in, day out problems, solve the problems of their children. There's to solve something that is very specific and that makes that their vile system prioritize of how with coca there's no peace. The peace is absolutely necessary to be able to live tranquil, a calm life. In some of the videos they were saying that in the field, women, and especially there were working, they work the same as men, but for them, peace for them is really what enables them to live with the colleagues. So let's just say that these differences not only differentiate how they impact women, but the way in which they react, how they prioritize, and then the way in what they wish to protect in the territories. And that leads me to propose or to reinforce what has been mentioned from very early this morning. Women are part of the solution. The way to save daily lives, and they're very beautiful examples, because women were actually having to a chicken and have these eggs, and then with that we have a network, and today we have the case of these organizations. 1,500 women who are now organized. 1,500 women organized is an array of people. It is just a whole crowd. I mean, these are people, they're not waiting for someone to help them. They have implemented solutions. Primitively, they established their networks, they began to produce their eggs and so on. And now they're ready, organized, we can give them. They have a vision. They just have to give them an activity. And that is a very profound added value that we can just pass up. No, and here I get to the fourth point, and this is something that we need to protect, the operational capacity in the region. Nancy used to mention, she mentioned with coca there's no peace, and that we have to act now. The window is closing. The window of time, we're beginning to lose what we had achieved before. The people who participated in the review, they mentioned it clearly. We are letting the train go by of this opportunity. Many women are ready, but we're passing up the opportunity of important task, which is to protecting. Protecting means not only to provide security issues, that we're not talking about. We're talking about listening. We're talking about hearing those transformation proposals to make them live. And at that point, I remember very well your phrase that you were mentioning, the emphasis that the price of the coca leaves is 10 times higher in the conditions that we're be able to develop in Bolivia than in Colombia. That is a huge opportunity if that were to come in here. But here there are many ways of protecting, and Catherine was mentioning one that I thought was very interesting, is that we are seeing women in general, and I would say local communities, as these victims that they need some rescuer to come and rescue them. No, what we have is a whole array of people who resist, who can bear, who prevail, who have the capacity. Not only do they need someone, some messiah to come and solve their problems, what they need is to be heard and to be given opportunity. Thank you very much to my colleagues. I really enjoyed the panel. It was really a pleasure, and really this is not the idea, it was a pleasure. And there is a question that I found very interesting in the chat, and that is, if we could speak, if we were able to identify roles. I mean, are women having some women roles in these scenarios in the cocaine production chain? Are there some women roles? Are there anything that specifically that women perform? And perhaps let's start from the back there. Alejandro, can you take that question, please, Alejandro? Thank you very much. Yes, in the studies that we have carried out in UNODC, but without overlooking other ones, and some research centers that other Colombian institutes have made, there are some roles and the impacts or affectations that women have had. The classical role that one actually says of them being leaf scrapers or raspachines, no, not quite there, in the issue of production they have dedicated to the use of agrochemicals to work the crop, as well as the chemists or quimiqueras, which work in transforming the leaf into paste, producing the cocoa that we heard there. The handling of the chemicals that are used in the production, they're handled by women because they have a greater way of distributing and mixing them properly. There's also the transport of the products in the territories of chemicals as well as raw materials, the issue of the so-called mules that actually traffic in taking these products nationally or internationally, and others that they go more in details. For example, the issue as I was mentioning, chemists or providing food in the working farms. It cannot be said that they have like a typical woman's role in the production and the crop production. So no, and that's an element that we must keep in mind so as not to understand this reality from just one lens, one's perspective. No. Thank you, Alejandro. There is actually some specialization in this entire process. Do they dedicate themselves to something? Well, in Bolivia, the case is a bit different. Women have a main roles in the crop of the coca leaf, in the harvesting, in the marketing of the coca leaf. Don't forget that there is a legally established market with a coca leaf, and mainly it is who are in charge jointly there with the sale of the coca leaf that actually have there, and the women also are working in the drug trafficking, because one of the great policies of the Bolivian policy is the marketing of the coca leaf and the illicit crop until it is actually deviated from the supervised system, or that it is deviated and they decide to actually send it to the crime fighting areas. It'd be worthwhile that there are women in the role of doing coca paste and crystallizing the drug, and then they have a role in Bolivia that is almost a main job or role, because much of the cocaine in Bolivia is transit from Peru. I don't know why the coca paste is actually there, because it actually comes out cheaper or not. So women work in all these areas, in areas that are discriminatory of women, that in Colombia and Peru they work as transporters who carry small quantities of them. I think that is a dynamic that does reflect the use of women in certain specific roles. Thank you, Catherine there. Nancy, can you give us some light? Well, I was thinking it through, and it came to mind that one of the things that actually happen in the territory is that women actually participate in the coca paste. They actually do them there. They're better cooks or chemists than men, and then they have a specific role. No, the women that actually they do it kind of the same way, so it's not different from before. to actually, they have to have their children in schools, and they have it to do day in and day out, and they have to assume about their cycles, and they don't ill invest all the money after they've sold the cocoa paste or the cocoa leaves and so on. So it is a very tough work, and it is very overwhelming, and actually it affects the health of the women. I have had 2 women that we saw they were lost because they were affected impressively in their health, in their daily life, in their effects and the like. So on the other hand, we have to review how in women that traffic drugs, they call them mules, but that is a male-oriented machistic term, but I think that in the areas, and then we have in the Putumayo, and then we have there, se oye mal, and then we have there, and then we have here that we actually can see that it's the presidency of this matter. It is something that we have to see there. It is something that we don't understand, and we were finding that if we have some major research that the defending of women in Ecuador, they were all of a certain vulnerable group, and the most difficult thing here is that they were marijuana, they were tiny little things, but then we have here the most radical here. It was 5 years for having carried a tiny kilogram of marijuana, so it was a very harsh policy and very discriminatory among women that we actually were have there, of the women who were minor traffickers. And that was, they were gonna get $10, $50 of that. So, and then we have there, the other ones fall in networks that actually come, and they come from people traffic, and they end up being in sort of falling into a ring of prostitution and so on. So it's a very visual. So, well, thank you very much, Nancy. And actually, I think that I have just a couple of minutes for another question that the colleagues in the YouTube and Facebook have actually are insisting very much in what would be, or what type of things can actually be done to strengthen the capacities, the capabilities of the states in these regions, many of us associated to the problem, to the incapacity of the state to offer the services, the actions, and that they have in health and the basics. If one would have to make one recommendation to these people that are recommending this public policy, what would be the first that you would use? Just one. Well, I only have time for one recommendation per person. I would start with Catherine. Well, I think that it would be the political will of identifying the people of those areas as citizens that have rights to these services, and understanding it is through those services that one is going to achieve the improvements in terms of criminality, illegality, and not through repression and criminality prosecution. All right, Nancy, a recommendation. No, I was saying that Carlet said it perfectly. It's actually to break that approach of criminalizing people that actually they're trying to, build a country. And I think that they have here to build a school and so on. So I think it's to recognize that we have to do that we can actually have this, the policy, the initial policy, that's where they should focus. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Alejandro. One recommendation I think that we would like to highlight, and then the other line that Nancy was going to say, that it's a part of the support, and then we have the initiation. There we have there the operational one of the driver of the cooperative economies in the territory, particularly of women. There are many initiatives that are actually walking through, and they had mentioned in the beginning, and now they actually need them. What they need is accompaniment and some recognition, I would say, of that effort that has been done from the very beginning, and to keep them in context. And this would enable us, not only us to push or to give us a special drive or something like that, but it's actually a sort of a seed to intervene in the territories. Fine. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the listeners and the people who are in the different networks and media networks. And I would like, in closing,
To finish this block, we would like to invite you that at 11:30, we're going to begin our second block, number 2, that is also going to be worked on the illicit drugs, but with emphasis on poppy and marijuana. So we would like to invite you to connect yourselves at 11:30, and we would like to wrap this up by sending a message of gratitude through the memory of Gloria, of Jamile. We would like to thank all those women that they wake up every day and they face all these crazy problems. They're an example of resistance, and that we can go ahead in life. We would like to send Gloria, Rosalvita, and Jamile's family a huge hug, and to tell everybody that everything is possible. We would like to thank everyone, and we will meet again at 11:30 in the next block.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning.
Bienvenidos a nuestro
We're back
próximo
again
nivel tráfico
with the
y
women
cambios
drug
tendencias
trafficking
nacionales e
and the
internacionales.
national
Un saludo
references.
a todas las
I would like
personas
to
que
greet
vienen
everyone
de Estados Unidos, desde
who is in the
México,
United States, from
Brasil,
Mexico, Brazil,
Alemania, Italia,
Germany,
Uruguay,
Italy,
Ecuador,
Ecuador,
España,
United Kingdom,
Argentina,
Spain,
Reino
Argentina,
Unido, Malta y demás países, por
Malta,
supuesto,
and all the other
desde
countries who
Colombia.
have joined us, especially in
Este
Colombia.
encuentro es uno de los
This
más esperados
finding is
realizado
one
por
of the
Amnistía
most
Justicia y Derecho
expected
en las
ones,
Naciones Unidas contra la droga y el delito. Tendrá ya en este
and it will
momento
be,
nuestro segundo panel.
we
La
will begin
parte
our
del
second block
componente
on
mujer,
the
ruralidad,
component part that's
producción de cultivos
women,
ilícitos que estamos
rurality,
desarrollando en nuestra
and
comunidad
these crops that
Entonces,
we have been
tengo
developing
el
in this
gusto de
process.
presentar este
I
bloque
have the
respecto a la
pleasure to
producción
introduce
ilícita
this
de cultivos de
block of the
amapola,
illicit
marihuana, roles,
crops
derechas
as
y
marijuana,
plantaciones de
poppy,
a manera de
and
introducción
in introduction manner
sobre esta temática que
for this
realizamos en
topic,
el
we
Ministerio
have
de Justicia y
generalized
Derecho de
in
Colombia,
the
con el que
Ministry
quisimos
of Justice and Law
aproximarnos
in
a la relación
Colombia. We would like
histórica del
to
rol, la
approach
visión y el papel de
this
la
area
mujer en
and the
los
role
cultivos
of the women
de
in this,
cultivo de amapola. La
the
investigación
crops
denominada
of marijuana and
caracterización
poppy. It has
agrocultural
given some
del cultivo de
characterizations
amapola y los territorios
of these
afectados
crops and
cuenta
all the crimes that
exclusivamente
are
con un capítulo
related to
enfocado a las
this,
mujeres llamado
that have all the
condiciones de
women who
vida y
reside
trabajo de las mujeres en zonas
in
afectadas por
these
cultivos
zones
de
that have been
amapola.
affected by
En
these
este,
poppy
¿no?
crops
Esta evidencia, los diferentes roles
in this group,
ocupan las
which
mujeres y
occupy,
las
which
personas
women occupy.
predominan los cultivos de
Excuse me,
amapola.
the sound is
Así que en
cutting
muchas
off,
ocasiones la figura de la mujer ha sido una
and
de las
the role
más
that women are
afectadas
playing
por las
are,
condiciones
and
de
they have
vida
been the most
y,
affected
por
ones in
supuesto, del
this life.
trabajo
So, of
propias. La
course, because of
participación de
work
las
and their
mujeres en la labor de
participation
cultivo de amapola
in
es
the
amplia.
growth of these crops
Va desde la preparación del terreno hasta la
and
recolección manual
the
de semillas.
territory and
Mencionarles que
the
ellas tienen un
plantation
rol
done by hand with these
particularmente
seeds, and
importante en la
particularly
extracción de
through
látex,
the
del
extraction.
cual cerca del
So
50% de las
around
mujeres
50%
realizan
of
la
women
mitad más labor al interior del grupo
have begun
familiar.
with
Y
this,
aunque el cultivo de amapola
and
ha
these
otorgado
poppy
aparentes
crops
beneficios económicos a muchas de
and
estas
have
mujeres,
given a lot
la
of women some
constante
economic
presencia de
benefits,
grupos
the
armados
presence
ilegales
of these
interesados
illegal armed
a los
groups
cultivos ha
in these
generado
crops have
efectos muy
generated
negativos allí,
very negative
tomando de
effects
sobra los posibles
and a lot of
actos de delito.
fear.
Sumado a esto, la investigación
Summing
determina
this
que en
up,
la mayoría de los casos las mujeres
everything that
cumplen el
has
rol
happened, the
de
majority of
adultos
cases,
como
women are
papel
playing
tanto de
different
hijas
roles,
como de madre, lo cual modifica la forma en que conciben su
and the
realidad
way that
al verse
is happening
de trabajo adolescente en sí, esto y adherido a la evidencia que arroja
and the evidence, excuse me,
es que
the sound is
ni
cutting
es
off, so I cannot
necesario
interpret.
socializar el problema de la producción ilícita
And the
no solo de
production
amapola, sino también de marihuana en
of
este
poppy
tipo
and
de
marijuana in
la
these sites.
polinización
The sound is cutting off, cannot interpret.
de materia, además de sus percepciones y
With
opiniones.
the perceptions, that the first intervention in this block that was
de las
named
mujeres
participation of
en el
women
cultivo de amapola,
in
no
the
solamente en Mesas de México, la expondrá Nidia
plantations
Rivera
of
Hernández.
poppy of
Ella es
Miriam Hernandez.
licenciada
She is
en Historia de
a
la Escuela
professor
Nacional
in the
de
national
Antropología e
history
Historia, es maestra de
in the
Antropología Social por el
CNAS,
Centro de Investigaciones
in
y
the
Estudios Superiores en
Research
Antropología
Center,
Social y es candidata a
and
doctora
she's also a
en el
candidate
MOC. En su trayectoria profesional ha colaborado con
in the
diversas
project. She has
organizaciones
collaborated
en la
with these
investigación
organizations
y
in the
desarrollo de
research
políticas públicas
in in the public
relacionadas con
policies
temas de
related
salud y
to
seguridad.
health and
Ha trabajado como
security.
docente a nivel
She has worked as a
universitario
teacher
y ha
at the
desarrollado
university level,
investigaciones
has
sobre la
developed
historia de
different
las drogas en México.
researches.
En la actualidad, coordina el proyecto
Currently,
Garantía de Calidad de
with the
Tratamiento
guarantee of
de
quality
trastornos de uso de drogas en la Oficina de
in
Naciones
the
Unidas
office
contra
of
la
the
Droga y el Delito de las Drogas.
UNODC.
Nuestra panelista también es una apasionada por la
She is
fotografía, la
passionate about
botánica,
this topic
disfruta
of the
mucho
botanics.
caminar.
She enjoys
En la segunda
this a
intervención,
lot, and
denominada ¿Acaso
it's been
somos
called
agricultura? La
Cases of
escritora la
Agriculture.
señora Luz Piedad Caicedo. Es feminista, antropóloga,
She's
especialista
anthropologist specialized
en estudios interdisciplinarios sobre
interdisciplinary
desarrollo.
cases on development.
También es co-directora de la
And she's also
Corporación
co-director of the
una de las
Humanas
socias
Foundation.
fundadoras. En su
One of the
trabajo
founders,
con esta organización
her job
ha investigado
began
sobre el impacto
with
de los
research
conflictos armados
in
en
the
la
armed
vida y la
conflicts
seguridad de las mujeres,
in the life of women
sexual,
and security of women,
violencia urbana, mujeres cultivadoras de coca, y
the
mujeres
women who
privadas de la libertad.
cultivated
Además, es
coca
coautora de
leaves
varias
and who are in
publicaciones de la
prison,
Corporación Humana.
and other
De los
publications
ideales
of
quiero
the
compartir también
organization
que ella
Humana.
es
And we would also like
entusiasta de
to
las caminatas
show
por
them
los
that
bosques primarios y le gusta ir
she
acompañada
likes to
también
be
de sus perros.
accompanied
Finalmente,
by
la
her dogs.
intervención denominada
Finally,
Mujeres
this
y
intervention will
cultivos
finish with
ilícitos de
women and
cannabis en
illicit
Brasil, será
cultivations
expuesta por
of
Pablo
crops
César Fontes
by
Parra.
Pablo César.
También es profesor de la
He's
Universidad
also a
Federal
professor
de
of the
Juiz de Fora,
university,
donde coordinó el programa de
where he's
posgrado en
coordinating
Ciencias
the
Sociales y Proyectos del
postgraduate
Centro de
program.
Investigación Social. En la actualidad coordina
Currently
el
is
grupo de
coordinating
estudios sobre
the
políticas de
study
drogas,
group
violencia,
on
derechos
drugs,
humanos
violence
y laboratorios sociales de cannabis,
in
es miembro
cannabis,
del cuerpo
and
colegiado del Departamento de Ciencias
bueno,
Sociales.
sí,
Es
no, nos
profesor
escuchamos también.
colaborador del doctorado en Ciencias Sociales en concentración en estudios rurales del Centro de Estudios Rurales del Colegio Michoacán de México. También es profesor invitado de la pasatiempo es ser esposo.
Bueno, para empezar, vale la pena aclarar que México, a pesar de ser un importante productor de plantas ilícitas, en particular de amapola y de marihuana, hay pocas investigaciones al respecto del papel que juegan las mujeres en este eslabón de la economía de las drogas. Cada vez hay más investigadores, periodistas en el tema, aunque la información es aún, pienso, insuficiente para la magnitud de la problemática. Por lo que para tratar de presentarles un esbozo realmente de la situación de las mujeres productoras en el país, decidí dividir esta presentación en tres partes. Primero les presentaré algunos antecedentes históricos del opio y la amapola en México para tratar de entender un poco cómo México ha pasado a ser un país con altos niveles de producción y tráfico de sustancias psicoactivas fiscalizadas. Posteriormente, algunos datos sobre las dinámicas recientes en la producción de amapola y opio, así como las principales zonas de cultivo en México. Y para finalizar, información que pude encontrar sobre la participación de mujeres y menores de edad también en los cultivos ilícitos de la amapola. Bueno, seguro sabrán que la planta Papaver somniferum, bueno, que es la planta de donde se extrae la morfina, la heroína, el opio y otras sustancias que del opio derivan, llegó a México a principios del siglo XIX y se comenzó a cultivar con distintos fines, tanto medicinales como ornamentales. Y bueno, un poco destacando la morfina, por ejemplo, y sus propiedades narcóticas, esta ha sido y es usada como analgésico o por sus propiedades también antitusivas sobre el sistema gastrointestinal, Sin embargo, algunas de estas aplicaciones han disminuido debido al alto potencial de esto y de otros opiáceos para producir tolerancia y la susceptibilidad de que pueden generar un consumo problemático. A mediados del siglo XIX en México se comenzaron a escribir varios trabajos relacionados a los usos médicos del opio y sus derivados, pero también algunos médicos empezaron a desarrollar algunos estudios en donde manifestaban la problemática o la preocupación más bien por las personas que desarrollaban este consumo problemático, ¿no? En particular, se escribieron algunos estudios de lo que entonces se le llamaba morfinomanía o el heroinismo, ¿no? Para entonces se les llamaba así al consumo, a los trastornos por consumo de sustancias. Y bueno, esto les comentaba, refleja en esta preocupación, ¿no? De los médicos y también por este uso no médico de los opiáceos. También, bueno, posteriormente, para principios del siglo XX, se dieron inicio las restricciones a la producción y comercio del opio, en particular con la Convención de Shanghái y luego la Convención de La Haya en 1912. En México, en particular, se decretó la prohibición del cultivo de la amapola desde el año de 1920, o sea, es bastante temprano, ya hace más de 100 años. Y bueno, digamos que estas políticas se consolidaron con la inclusión de los delitos contra la salud en el Código Penal en 1929. Y en la década de 1930 empiezan en México las primeras campañas de persuasión a los agricultores para que dejaran de cultivar esta planta y también para erradicar los cultivos de amapola y de marihuana. También desde entonces también la marihuana se prohibió y empieza estas políticas para tratar de impedir su cultivo. Sin embargo, con la Segunda Guerra Mundial, se cortaron los suministros de opio que iban de Asia y Europa hacia Norteamérica, con lo cual hubo un reacomodo de las zonas de producción y abasto a nivel mundial, y desde entonces México pasaría a ser uno de los principales cultivadores de adormidera. También para finales de la década de 1940, en México se comienza la producción ya local de heroína. Dentro del mismo territorio se va a procesar el opio y a transformar en heroína, dando lugar a la famosa brown heroin o esta heroína café que va a ser característica de México y que va a empezar a inundar el mercado, sobre todo estadounidense, durante los siguientes años. Desde entonces sabemos que algunas mujeres se comenzaron a inmiscuir, pero sobre todo en la parte del tráfico. Más allá, no tenemos muchas evidencias si en los cultivos. En las décadas subsecuentes, los cultivos ilícitos en México, tanto de marihuana como de adormidera, proliferaron y durante los años 60 se va a consolidar bueno, ahorita les muestro lo que se llama en México el Triángulo Dorado en los estados de Sinaloa, Chihuahua y Durango y bueno, México pasaría a consolidarse como una región productora de esta planta. De hecho, bueno, desde la década de 1980 hasta lo que se llamó la crisis del mercado del opio en 2017, la rentabilidad de la amapola fue bastante alta en México y de hecho México y a la fecha sigue siendo el tercer cultivador de opio en el mundo, tan solo detrás de Afganistán y Myanmar. Aunque bueno, si vemos un poco esta gráfica, realmente el mayor productor y por mucho sigue siendo Afganistán, aunque sí tienen cultivos lícitos. Aquí en México toda la producción de amapola, cabe destacar que es ilegal y está penada. Y bueno, como les comentaba, desde el 2019 hasta el 2017 la cantidad de goma de opio asegurada estuvo en constante crecimiento en México e incluso en el informe del Congreso estadounidense señaló que entre el 2012 y el 2013 en México se habían dado cambios en los métodos del proceso del opio a la heroína y dando lugar a sustancias cada vez más puras y potentes. Ya como que se dejó un poco de lado esta heroína café o brown heroin oscura y empezó a cambiar y ya otro tipo de heroína al parecer es más pura y bueno, también se dio un incremento de los cultivos. Bueno, aquí este mapa nos deja ver un poco cuáles son las principales zonas de cultivo en México. Aquí si alcanzan a ver puse este triangulito. Este es precisamente lo que se llama el Triángulo Dorado en México, que colinda con el estado de Sinaloa, este es Durango y Chihuahua, y si alcanzan a ver aquí los puntos rojos justamente nos muestran los principales cultivos que detectaron en el informe de monitoreo, bueno, los últimos 2 informes de monitoreo de cultivos que se han hecho en esta oficina en México de UNODC. Y bueno, una de las características de estos territorios es que todas estas zonas son con una orografía
all
arriba de
these
los 3.000
zones
metros
with
sobre el
the
nivel del mar.
biography
Aquí no se ve como la parte de la orografía de México, pero justo en esta zona donde están los cultivos está lo que se llama la Sierra Madre Occidental, que es la principal elevación montañosa en el país y que recorre una buena parte de esta zona del país, y luego esta parte de acá que sería la Sierra Madre del Sur, que serían, este estado es muy importante. Ahora
the
vamos.
south. This state is very important, and we will be listening and speaking more about this Guerrero zone in the Oaxaca zone as Microphone check 1 2 3. Microphone check 1 2 3.
Consumo de estas comunidades como para su venta. Además, estos municipios de las zonas de cultivo se caracterizan por una pobreza extrema, carencias en la infraestructura, una ausencia del Estado, también altos niveles de violencia. También son zonas de bastante difícil acceso, en parte por lo que les comentaba, por la orografía misma de las zonas, pero también por esta falta de infraestructura. Muchas de esas comunidades siguen en cierto aislamiento. Sin embargo, esto no ha impedido que ni los cultivos ilícitos, en particular de la amapola y bueno, también de la marihuana, pero que estos cultivos proliferen, ni que tampoco esto ha impedido que haya un trasiego e incluso la producción misma de heroína cerca de las zonas de cultivo, ni tampoco ha impedido la militarización ni políticas de erradicación.
And the eradication policies and drug control in difference to the states, like in other topics like health, education, culture. And in some cases, the work of these illegal crops have given us an opportunity in the economical part in lack of the resources for these farmers and for these people in this zone of the country. So nevertheless, the diverse things of resources that are generated by these crops in the last several years, especially in 2017, we began to have a reduction of the poppy crops. And here, these images are quite interesting because they're showing you different ways of crops, depending on the zone, depending on the same way that they were already harvesting other products. It's worth the while to mention that these are communities that are in the farming business. And as I was telling you before, in 2017, this reduction of the sticky part of the poppy was reduced. So in the way it was reducing to 9%. And first of all, from 2017, from the prior years, and as you can see in 2017, 2018, 2019, there was a reduction of up to 23% of these hectares of the poppy that was being harvested. So this is important because it seems to be that this created different problems for these farmers who depended on this income, and it looks like this reduction gave itself because the boom of this synthetic alkaloid, which was the cause of multiple overdoses, which some were fatal and which is a lot stronger than heroin, and this has been used to cut the heroin and not necessarily not eating these crops that have been created in laboratories. This has driven this alteration of the heroin. So in some reports, not official but from journalists, they have reported that with the pandemic of COVID-19, we have registered raise in the amapola crops, especially in the Guerrero state. As I mentioned before, it is currently the main national producer of poppy in Mexico. So in regards to this reduction of the cost of the poppy gum or in the Guerrero Mountain, they have reported that this has impacted these communities that are growers in a very bad way, since they have been categorized, or they already had a high degree of margin and a high degree of social deceivedness, and this gum had gone from $25 to $5. So during these years, what had impacted the economy of these communities. And again, we have to highlight that this prosperity that we have and that is being spoken about, given to drug trafficking, several times have benefited, or has benefited very little to these growers, because sometimes they take these intermediate resources, or the people who were in charge of the processing of this gum and the distribution of the heroin. So a little bit of entering this, trying to track down this role of women in these activities, we saw that it was important to mention that the underage children have also been used and are also working in these crop fields of poppy. So thinking of this plant, on one side it was a huge mistake of the economies for these farmers, and this is a work that sometimes we have tried to have several participants of one family. In some seasons of this crops or this harvesting, we have had groups of 4 people that sometimes we are driving, one person is scraping the rubber from the plants, and they recollect this rubber, and then the agricultural labors of these crops imply other tasks as working with the earth, taking care of the crops, the animals of the state, and of course other jobs that at the end of the day we will see that some women participate in indirect way in these crops. So since the opium rubber has been a survival thing for these communities, it has been something that's been detected, that have been learned through different generations, which are called people who work with amapola, with poppy, and these have had specialized labor, and these have several labors, like cultivating, the people who scrape the drugs, those people are doing section in the bulb, and those people who gather the rubber, and those who cook the heroin, and those who transport, the traffickers, those people who are related through criminal organizations and hitmans. And this has also created a great quantity of branches in different jobs of these communities. And this job, as I told you before, they have women, children, teenagers in these rural zones, and in these indigenous communities, in particularly in Guerrero, which this is marked in the state. We have Aztecas and Aguas, and also in the state of Nayarit. We have also had some indigenous communities which are called Anaripe, and there's some demographic studies that have seen that from their youth they go to be selected as scrapers. They begin from very young age, and they specialize themselves in scraping these bulbs of the amapola or the poppy. And in Guerrero specifically, the situation is quite alarming, because we have detected that they are recruiting children that are 5 to 6 years of age. And it seems to be that the infant recruitment can be given because of 2 circumstances that are important. On one side, they are recruiting them because their quickness and their height, since they're short and things like this, it facilitates their work in these poppy fields, especially in the scraping part and of the gathering this rubber. So on the other side, this map is important because in the importance of the Golden Triangle, this map is showing us that the people who are in extreme poverty in the country, and those populations in the south part of the country, in the north part of the country, it seems that they have detected where these children and women are working, specifically complete families in the Guerrero state, in difference to this Golden Triangle in Achipoba, which seems to be one of the exclusive activities for men. But some women do participate in cooking, taking care of their house, and in these fields, these harvesting fields in Guerrero, this can be interpreted as it has a lot to do with the economical situation of these people. And it is also important to mention that complete families go to these fields, and sometimes they have to migrate from their homes, and they live in unhealthy ways in these fields that are installed next to these harvesting fields, and they are sleeping just on mattresses, and they're right there, and they can be violated and all these things. There's a lot of violence, and it's worth the while to mention that. Before I wrap up, I would like to give you a testimony of a journalist, Alberto Sandoval, who has been working in these Guerrero zones with these growers, and he's speaking about a boy. The boy was saying that my mother would take me to scrape. Since I was 4, my mother would work scraping in the mountains, lifting these plants and hosing the plants, and I used to help her take care of the plants from the squirrels and the birds. I will walk through between the plants, and I would take care of them, and I would not scrape them. And it shows us that since they're very little, they have to work in these fields. And in some cases, for women, it has been the only alternative, especially in this zone where we have a lot of violence against women, which are the heads of families, and they have to be in charge of the family. So in this case, they have had to work in these harvesting fields or crops fields. And to conclude, or to wrap this up, we have to say that the participation of women in these illicit crops derive from their economical situations, and it's important to improve this economy for these women, and to see what other tasks the women carry out, to carry out a strategy so we can include these women, and so I can have more alternative development projects that can help these women, so we can create an approach for women in this gender and other role players in that works with these crops, and also consult their communities about their needs. Thank you very much for your presentation, Lydia. Without any hesitations, you have given us a lot of reflections on the participation of women in these crops and of their families as well. The next intervention will be presented by the co-director of the Human Organization. Co-director, you can continue. The floor is yours. So thank you very much for the invitation that was done to me to participate in this event. I am going to do my presentation. My presentation is organized in 3 parts. The first part being that I would like for everyone to know where I'm speaking from, which one is the idea of me making my presentation from here, and the second one is which is the production context of poppy, and third, which are the specifications of the production of poppy. So I will begin with the first aspect, which is my starting point. And in first place, I consider that the agency and the utilization has been a discussion that has been spoken about, that the women are agents and they're also victims. This is a very interesting discussion, important one, a tradition that we only see women as victims. But in my perspective, it results to be a very sterile conversation to begin the policies against drugs, and it also seems to be that it has a lot to do with the discussion of the reflection, the idea of the decision making in behalf of the man response to this end is not measured by what they expect to have and by pressure of these illegal groups. So this pressure and on the typical use to speak about women but never to speak about men, because it believes to be that they always have the agency. So the other point that is very important for me is that the fight against drugs is very important to identify the origin, and that drug trafficking is not the problem. The cause, the form, the way this is conceived. So the problem here in the case of the production of poppy is the way that the derivative of poppy seeds have been done. So from here, the idea to finish the consumption involves different populations, and it deepens the inequalities that are marking the effects of a society. For me, women who grow poppies make part of the farmers, and their life is being marked by the inequality of power in these rural areas. So for this reason, in this opportunity, I would like to title my presentation as "Are We Not Farmers?" Because the inequality of power and the particular way that women's life is marked in the field, then we have to sum up the violence, this drug trafficking business, and as I have mentioned, for me it is not the problem but the consequence of the war against drugs. As well, considering that these women who grow poppy, once we stop to chase them as criminals, once the production of poppy is legalized and their derivatives, it will be fundamental for them not to be lived in these marginal sites if we do not offer them an adequate or proper place to live. So now that they're marked as criminals and drug traffickers, they won't be marked as drug traffickers or criminals, but they will be marked as women that are working legally with these crops in these cities. So I will go to the second part of my exposition, which is what is the context of this? Some data that could be important when we locate where they're growing this poppy and how they have chased this plant. The first data on this poppy crops date back to 1984, the first plantations that were found in the south of Tolima. And we had more or less 27 hectares that had been harvested with poppy. In 1984 went to 1991, we found 8 hectares in the department of Huila. And from there on, we can say that the poppy crops have become a lot more important until we have achieved to 2,000 hectares in the Cauca, Huila, Tolima, Valle, Caquetá, Cundinamarca, Nariño, Putumayo, Santander, Antioquia, and Caldas. This is data that is quite old. Poppy in this country has not had the prevalence that the coca crops have had. These are crops that we know very little of, given that its illegality and the great importance that these psychoactive drugs that are prohibited has had, and this study has been behind with this type of production. So there are 2 studies that make reference to this in a specific ways when we involve women and these coca crops, because both are from 2018. One of these were published by the Ministry of Justice together with the office with UNODC, which is called Characterization of the Poppy Crops and the Places that have been affected by this. And the other one was something that was carried out by TNI, which is Amapola Coca among Colombia and Mexico. Despite that they're speaking about the topic of women who are growers, of course, we still have a lot to learn in regards on how they are involved in these crops and what it means to them when they work in this type of product. So I will go to the next context. Well, beyond the violence that is created by the illegality of this product, I'm going to make reference to the other relations that are in the base of these farmers in Colombia, there are two fundamental characteristics, one being what drastically has been called terratenientes and campesinos, and the inequality of poverty that is created because of this with these growers, and the inequalities amongst men and women, and the practice of solving these rural problems in Colombia from the 19th century, starting with the agricultural frontier for an alternative of working with the earth, and it has helped farmers to occupy the less connected zones with these commercial centers and in these sites where there's a lot of vulnerability. So as I have pointed out, that women who grow crops are farmers, and again, we have very little knowledge on this, and what we can be clear on is that in these environments, apart from violence because of the persecution or the drug traffickers control, we have produced this in the framework of the farmers, and obviously each region has their specificities, and is to see if we are talking about one of those zones that have been colonized in a very early stage or late stage, if it's about a crop that has a successful in trade, like coffee, like cacao, cocoa, and which these are crops that demand more work, like plantain, like yuca, cassava, and this will determine in a relative way the way that women can join these products. So the base has the same characteristics. One of those being that there are less women who are directors of these productive systems that are considered legal. As to say, when a woman is recognized as the owner of a crop, she is, because she generally does not have a man beside her. She's a single mother or a woman that is a widow. When we are before these crops, when we do not say she is the owner, is because the flow of these coffee crops in general do not recognize any contribution to the economy, and that is not correct, because what women are doing and the contribution that women are carrying out in the field is important, and this generates a lot in these crops, and this should be naturalized in the gender roles, and we assume that these women are caring for their families, and this is being derived in a natural way and a sole way because of their biological capabilities of breastfeeding or feeding their children and or nurturing, and there is a strength and the strength of men, which is the base for the design and the size of these tools. No producer of these agricultural tools have thought of having tools that are designed for the size of the hands of women. As a matter of fact, these sacks that are used to pack up the potatoes that are picked up have been thought for a load that a mule can support, of 2 sacks on each side of the mule, but they're not thinking that this sack cannot be carried by a person to be able to be put on top of the mule or donkey. So with no hesitations, these differences would take us to think that women does not play an important role in the countryside, and we're speaking about these farmers, they're always depending on the physical strength of men, and this reinforces the idea that they cannot do anything solely. So it also supports the idea that men also depends on women. There's no way of creating some agricultural activities without the support of women from their homes and also in the crops and the attention they give their workers. So the difference here is not where that women depend on men, because men depend on women as well, but men obtain this work in a free way in behalf of the man, and women has to pay for it. So when a woman requires, where physical strength is determinant, if they require work from a man, they have to pay for this labor. When a man depends on these activities that only are carried out by women, they do not have to pay for it, because generally it's about their wife or about their children, daughters, who are carrying out these tasks or work. So this determines in a very important way the relations in the countryside, and this women are not being recognized for their contribution, and they're located in a disadvantaged place. So we do not know about women who are farmers. There are a lot of difficulties to get to know them, to identify them, and to know which are their contributions. So there are less, so we know less about these poppy growing women to be declared in an illicit way. So now I'm going to the third part. What do we know on the poppy production, on the role that women play in these crops that are fundamentally, and this comes from the study that I have mentioned priorly, that has been developed by the Ministry of Justice and the university and the UNODC, excuse me, and which was based on the Nariñense zone, where we have a high production of poppy, and the introduction and what we have in Colombia, which is a prevalent country in the production of this opium. So in the Nariñense zone, the recollection of this poppy starts at a very early, before the sun comes out, before we have the sunrise, and it's very difficult to recollect when we have sun. So this implies for women to begin their work days at a very early hour, like at 1 o'clock in the morning. And these women normally wake up very early in the countryside, because they're the ones in charge of carrying out all the activities that will allow men to go work. And for these reasons, they have to prepare their clothes, their food, and etc. So it seems to be that according to the information of the study, the workday of these poppy women begins at 1 o'clock in the morning, and these are the women who are privileged together with the girls and boys in the scratching of this bulb. The person who was before me made reference or emphasized that in Mexico there is also recruitment of boys and girls for this activity, and this is related to the good work that they carry out, and that they do not destroy the flower. And women and children are more delicate, so they will have less accidents in this scraping job. So we have to highlight this important aspect in regards to the hour in which these bulbs are scraped in Colombia, and the information we had from the poppy growing women in Mexico. The scraping is not done before the sun rises. This is done through sunlight, but I don't know if it's connected to the variety of poppy from Colombia and the type of poppy that they grow in Mexico, or if it's connected to different techniques that they do in different countries. So another important characteristic of the poppy production, which is just like when they produce coca, is that these products are purchased. The farmers do not have to go out to the market, or they have to displace themselves to sell these things. They are being purchased on site. So poppy is produced 3 times a year. A poppy plant begins its production after 6 months. 6 months after being planted or sowed, and you can cultivate or grow it for 1 month. This hectare of poppy gives you around 11 kilograms of latex and 0.5 kilograms of heroin. The things they use for this latex production is a little knife, they scrape, they cut it, and they, in any soda bottle, they recollect the latex and this gum, and can be in a small recipient or container, like a bowl or a plastic recipient. And then we can put this product in cans that are of 100 liters. And if we do not have these cans, we will put them in plastic bags. The average price to sell this latex in 2017, according to the study from the Ministry of Justice, was of more or less 492,000 pesos, Colombian pesos, which gives you an important yield. The prices change depending on the variety of this poppy, depending on the place, depending on who's controlling the crops. And let's say that this average gives us a very important earning. So the prices are stable normally. Of course, we know that the consumption and the fact that this has appeared in the United States, it made those prices reduce in a drastic way, but these crops tend to keep those established or stable prices, excuse me. The possibility of having this permanently is not so common in these legal agricultural products. Normally, a farming family have 2 incomes per year when they pick up their harvest or their crops, and they set forth relationships with those people who supply them with food and supplies, sometimes through credit, with the promise of paying when they receive their crops, when their crops are over. So poppy, coca has a cash flow that is permanent. This is flowing permanently, and the debt is less. But apart from this, when families required to get a loan, the guarantee that they're going to sell these crops and that they're going to have some important revenue or profits here facilitates that these stores can lend money to these farmers. I would go through this again. This is a very relevant thing here in this coca and poppy fields or harvest, and with marijuana it was legal, is the violence that is being generated around these crops. Now, to have the control, these traders, these people who are just thinking about their trade, are using their strength to be able to develop their economical activity. What are the activities that women normally carry out to wrap up? They prepare the seeds. After the men sow, they do the fertilization. The selection of seeds are done together. The sowing are done together by men and women. As I said, those that are harvesting this latex, the creation of this latex are done together by men and women as well. It seems to be that the processing of this latex is not a very common activity that's done by women. And one important element here is that just as the coca crops, these women come with some ourselves for themselves, like in coffee crops, men allow women to keep this so they can sell it, but they never have a particular spot where they can receive these earnings. In the coca crops and the poppy crops, this does happen. To conclude, and not to go beyond the time that was allowed, and from my part, it's impossible to add a perspective of gender in the public policy of the fight against drugs. The fight against drugs have a perspective that it's in the male side. When something is funded in the male side, there's only one perspective. There isn't one perspective for genders. Okay, Luis Piedad, thank you very much for the interesting exposition you have given us. It's been a pleasure to listen to your experience, and thank you for for emphasizing all this that we have produced from the Ministry of Justice. For those people who are connected, I would like to remind you that we're in panel number 2 on the poppy and marijuana grows, the roles and gaps, and the affectation of gender. We know that there have been many interrogations or questions around these two presentations that we have done up to now. So this reason, we would like to invite you to leave us your questions through the chat. So once we're done with the presentations, we can share them with our 3 panelists. And the following intervention will be presented by the Federal University teacher de Flor, Pablo Cesar Ontresach. You have the floor, teacher or professor. Pablo, I believe your microphone is muted. Pablo, we cannot hear you. Can you hear me now? Yes, I can hear you perfectly. You have the floor. Okay, I would like to thank the Ministry of Justice and Law in Colombia and for the invitation to this very important seminar where we have all these organizations. I would like to greet Dr. Andres Fernando, and I would like to express to him that it is an honor for me to share this table with Dr. Luis Piedad Caicedo and Ms. Olivia Hernandez. This work has been carried out for 20 years of these illicit crops in Brazil, and as Dr. Emilia has said, in Brazil as well, this question with these illicit crops, there's still a huge need to go in depth with these studies, and at the same time with those people that involve women in this. So I would like to carry out a presentation in 3 parts. The first one, I'm going to show you the historical aspects of the repression of these marijuana crops in Brazil. The most recent one, to speak about the region of the Valley of San Francisco in Brazil, where the technical part, we cannot see your face correctly. I don't know if you can. Okay, I'm sorry for the interruption, Mr. Pablo. Is it okay now? Yes, it is. Okay, as I have said in the presentation, in the second part, in the region of San Francisco, where we saw they're planting this a lot more up to date in Brazil. And in the third moment, I would like to speak about the participation of women in the marijuana crops in Brazil. So it is important to highlight that the illicit confrontations in Brazil have a little control of our authorities. The thing with repression is like a public problem, and on one significant part in our population, it seems to be an existing problem. However, from the decade of the 1940s, we have carried out actions to reduce all these marijuana crops in our country. These actions began with the effect of reducing the flow of marijuana that's been produced in the northwest part of Brazil, which is the poorest region in our country in the 1940s, which was and now is one of the richest in Rio de Janeiro, capital of the Republic. It's curious that in the 1940s, we had a concern that was centered around health, where all these actions were coordinated by the Ministry of Health and Agriculture and executed by the police. Having said this, before we had all these drug addictions focused on the public health. But I would just like to emphasize that the omission by the police is fundamental to form these repressive practices without having a policy that's oriented to the solutions for health, poverty, where they were planting or where they had these marijuana crops in Brazil in 1944 with five military soldiers. These drug crops became a health problem, and they have repression to become a national security problem. Now we have gone ahead with this dictation with this speech centered on public enemy, the drug trafficker, the grower, as the militant of the left wing becomes public enemies as well, and even transnational, depending on the view of the government, depending on the dictation of the government. So starting in 1964, these actions of these to control these crops are under action under the federal police in Brazil. This is a body that stopped the repression for these marijuana crops for this time. So in the 1980s, specifically at the end of the decade, the intensification has been felt a lot stronger. The repression since 1940s gives us a common phenomenon to this repression. But at the end of the day, the sowing of these areas, they did not have these crops or did not have a high volume. So this creates the displacement of these crops among Brazilian states from Recife and to Agus and to Pernambuco and then to Bahia. In all these regions that are very similar in Brazil. At the end of the 1980s and 1990s of the last century, we had an important change. The consuming Brazilian market began to consume marijuana that was grown in Uruguay. In the following decades, the Paraguayan marijuana, Paraguay became the main marijuana that was being consumed in Brazil, to the point where they are supplying around 80% of the national market or domestic market. Say marijuana that was grown in Paraguay that has been imported to Brazil. We can also say that the marijuana crops in Brazil have increased in its poorest regions, where we have a lot of this. In the northwest part of Brazil, known as Sertão, is the region which is the most populated of the world. Through these decades, the spreading of this population in Brazil, specifically in the northwest part, was quite large. There was never an governmental incentive other than more effective to control this, or public policies for the small farmer or family agricultural practice. So from this context to the border in the rivers of San Francisco River in Brazil, this river is considered the integration river. It covers 2,800 kilometers, and it goes through 4 states of the northwest part of Brazil. And here we have a very poor place with development problems, very little public policies for the farmer, but that counts with the river San Francisco, and they developed this during decades, which was the marijuana crops in Brazil. So this was the one from the Claros for women, and the In Brazil, everything was done so we can understand the context in the relationships that are being created and the public policies of repression, the importance of this cannabis crops, and the important role of women in this conflict. In the last decades, the imprisonment of women for drug trafficking crimes have been very high. Among 2000 and 2016, the imprisonment of women has increased in 700%. The majority of women have been arrested by very little amounts of drugs, and these young women, and the majority were black women. However, these women nowadays have an important role in the illegality of this through trafficking and the cannabis crops in Brazil. With these medicinal purposes have been fundamental in the role of these women. So not only these drug policies that these women are growing for the medical purposes, and the participation of women in drug trafficking in the last several years have represented a very attractive way, the way they manage these legalizations in Brazil. However, this insertion still specific for some activities for these criminal networks, even though some investigations point out that the feminine role has been used by a lower dependency of a masculine figure. And other studies shows that the application of these women that have been involved in the drug trafficking through these actions of the justice. All right. So police also began to track these women down a lot more in this routinary actions. And in regards to the cannabis crops, the female participation is linked to the increase of production in the population of the agricultural part, carrying this out through the main consequence of the police networks. For example, the reorganization of this cannabis crops involve more women every day, specifically in the organization of these illicit or illegal crops. The women who have been involved in these illegal crops have been less in prison than those women who are involved with trafficking. It does not mean that they do not have repression. This is the same region, because in the same region where we have the importation of these crops is more important. And we do have a dynamic in these crops to preserve these women a lot more that have had this mistake, and the family structure as well, and also the reproduction where these cannabis crops are being produced. These are different things that go through technology as well too, and the depression, the arrest, and the sentencing of women for the growing of cannabis are quite frequent, and as well as the women who are trafficking, and the participation of women that could be less visible have very important roles in the distribution of these works. This is quite complex, given that once we analyze the context on the management side of these crops, now we must understand that the non-repression against women makes part of a political strategy that can change according to the confrontations that these control organizations may have in this territory. Now, these women have been quantitatively present as men in these fields, but those who are involved are working in different ways in regards to men. It is a lot more common to see them participating in different activities sometimes as men, sometimes with their partner, sometimes with their brothers, sometimes with their husband, or even fathers. However, we know that the role of these women are beginning to design a different role in these activities, and this is also being reflected on the high participation of some work that also have been led by them. In the internal part of Juan Nabucco, where we have all this pressure against all these daily life tasks, this is the reality now. The interview we carried out with this woman, it is important to compare this against the way that men can work even with cattle or with these cannabis crops. Now, these women, especially the young girls, we're talking about young girls now, are being used a great part of these resources in the purchase of cars, motorcycles, and other things that will give them one way of being of knowledge. And these women are using great part of this money to improve their life conditions and of their families as well, and to invest in the studies of their children and to be able to purchase things for them to give them a better life and to give them better conditions. These illegal crops that are being seen by the Brazilian police have been helpful for the creation of these strategies and have created some change. And we have begun to use all these chemical fertilizers with the idea to try to reduce the reproduction cycle of these 7 months to 3 to 4 months, and also working with smaller crops to create that intensification. Now, the agricultural part that is being used here is to say these crops that are being harvested by these families that have been sent and have been abandoned so they can, and sometimes even by losing their land once they're seized. And in Brazil, there's only 2 conditions where we have this problem. Without any problems, we have this special work, and when we have goes and comes, and we have this part, and with this woman, and the production of these systems to the most vulnerable places to these guys. The growing of these cannabis crops in this nation has been given in a free translation to parcero. Once this intervening of these cattle workers hire these farmers to work with the pattern that can contribute with the seeds, the fertilizer, and the nurturing part that can be created. And this part when we have these crops that are external to the agricultural normal products. Now, at the end of these crops, the pattern or the owner discounts the money that he has invested, and then he will share the profits with all those people who have helped him. Now, these farmers do not have any security that this is being done in a correct way. There is no control for these farmers. And now in these production systems, we can verify the female role. This is scarce for these women. Those women who are in charge by their family members or even their partners. Sometimes men are even in charge of cooking, to receive part of the payment and the feminine role here in this system can be represented, for example, and it is quite different to those neighbors who were displaced from their lands near the river San Francisco. Now they work in small farms all the way to they're able to reach one of these villages where their parents began a small farm and their survival. So the production can only cover those basic needs. It is with those relationships that they have with their children, and with those children they were witness of them constant fights that these couples had, including the physical aggression that the mother went through that provoked the separation of the couple. Apart from this, and they began to work with their small companies. Here she met a farmer, a small farmer. She had the first contact with the cannabis crops through her husband, given that she was working with her husband with this at the beginning of these activities with her partner before she separated. Nevertheless, they were able to have a comfortable life, in her opinion. As she said, it is very important to point out that where we have in these places where we have a displacement in these crops. So here we have this topic that is very interesting. According to the evaluation of these crops, there are so many factors that come into play, and this is very important to see because the role that women play in these cannabis crops is a lot less given to the agricultural system, and is given to different factors of these sites that were being grown in these fields. And some of these women need to care for their children. There's a high rate of murders, and as a matter of fact, in these activities during these harvesting seasons for these farmers is a very difficult work for women, given to the hygiene part, health part, and the arrest. As we say, the gender factor is very important for the participation of these women in this morality. The recent crops, we can say, have had a consortium where more than 2 or 3 or 4 people can choose what they want to grow, and to stop the police repression and the judicial seizing of their fields as well. The main role that women play here through these crops that these families are trying to grow, because in Brazil, women are very fundamental for this, and they are also responsible for all those activities that they have to do with their families. In many of these cases, it's the women that have to do everything, work in the field and work with their families, care for the children. And in many of these cases, these girls have been the reason why we are hardening or becoming more strict with our public policies for these women who have been involved in this harvesting of marijuana. It is fundamental for these farmers, especially for these women who are sometimes responsible for their families, and they do not have any perspectives, because nowadays they have to protect these crops even more because they invest in this part to transform this region into to some fields that are going to be growing this medicinal cannabis. So what we can see here is that more and more women are going to be getting involved, given that the repression is such without any public policies. Who for these people who can be involved in a better way, so these women can be legal and not imprisoned in Brazil. Thank you very much.
Well, the majority of you were all too good in the handling of time, so I would like to quickly go to some short conclusions and we'll open to the Q&A. Do you all agree? And in the case of Nidia, and we will have several aspects to share, and in the case of Pablo also, so you're telling me that the fields where these crops are being used, you have a lot of entire families in them, and they're all subject to risks in terms of health and also aspects associated with violence. I think that that's common factors within the three panels and the experiences that we have seen today in the three countries. So we'd like to pay a lot of attention that they're less the women that are in productive processes, legal ones, and so on. So in the issue of legality, you have more men in terms of the reference legal processes, and women's are not really in the dealing with all these crimes. I mean, something that Pablo mentioned is really interesting in respect of the main role of women when they talk about imprisonment between 2000 and 2016 in Brazil, where Pablo shows us an increase of 700% of women tied to crimes of drug trafficking in their country. So this is a growth of the situation of women in Brazil in this type of actions. But also I would like to hear, and I will do there, on what you mentioned here, in how we use the resources, and then we have them there, and they would use them in their majority for the bicycle, for topics that actually have to do with the protection, and they actually use it to improve their life conditions, to bring some improvement to their houses. Under this premises, we see that in the case of marijuana and poppy, there are substantive differences, but basically we have three main aspects. In the case of Pablo, they actually turned on the light kind of late, and I'm actually saying, but this is very good, don't worry. I was mentioning that there are some substantive differences, and in the case of Nidia, we see that there's less and less, there's more specialized hand labor, and we're now having kids, boys and girls there, and drafting them in these processes actually draws our attention, and we believe that it's a reflection process of this panel. So I would like to start with certain questions with Luz Piedad precisely, and that is that they're arriving through social networks, and we have several within the platform, the chat, where we have established our panel, and YouTube and Facebook, and we have received certain questions, but through the social networks. And then what would be the main impact of these products amongst women? And this is for Luz Piedad. Yes, I would like to hear your answer. Well, thank you, Andres, and thank you very much for the questions, and I'm going to make a tiny precision in respect of what you carried out, because
I did not see and I didn't want to see there, if that's why I was there. And then the women do not participate in the illegal these warrants, and then they're not visible. Their work is not visible because it's denaturalized. What are the main impacts that women have? And then there was no important documentation in this respect. What we know is that wherever there is an illicit crop, there is some protections of that commerce that was carried out through illegality, through the use of the force, through weapons, through the presence of armed players, and in areas where we have these armed players and we have an important impact for women, there's greater vulnerability to be victims of certain types of violence. And when we establish these mechanisms to punish the population because they did not sell what they should have sold, that is the tendency to monopolize, that they monopolize these areas. Well, the vengeance that is actually there is actually be sexual violence. And then we have a lot of knowledge still missing in the areas of where poppy is planted in Colombia. Is very little that is known there in that respect. Okay, thank you very much. We have another question. We are happy with these clarifications. And then we have visualizing many of them work, and as you mentioned them in actions that we deem that are minor, like feeding or something that permits that men go to these crops, but we don't keep in mind like a work within the process. It's invisible, and we agree that we are still needing more research in our countries to generate greater actions of public policy geared towards these women that, of course, do some work within this crop. There is a question here that I like to pose to Nidia that actually comes through YouTube, and then how it has actually impacted the public health policies currently in the different macro processes of the value chain associated to drug trafficking, of which she is part. We are listening to you, Nidia. Well, no, I don't know what you're actually mentioned of the public health policies. I mean, I would think that this is more of a situation of crops of poppy. They have not public health, as this was mentioned already. I mean, precisely, Pablo, that perspective of public health actually was left at the middle of the past century. It's actually been a security policy. And then we actually, I don't know if it's clear, the question, because the way we have actually done this work of security, we have had serious affectations of women, the way they have been placed in prison, the violence that we have in these territories. And I think that precisely we would need to include perspective of public health for both the people who consume drugs and in general, right? But no, I mean, it's not very clear. The question for me is not very clear, honest. Right, perfectly. Perhaps I think that the question would go more focused to the macro processes and the impact of women in these policies. I think that the health topic once is more focused to consumption, but the question is going more to the macro processes of the drug trafficking value chain. How have they impacted there? And I think there's something that we have already done in Luspia that, but it's not measured. I don't know if in the case of Mexico does this impact in Mexican women. And this is what we're missing here. This is what the work is looking for. The ones that have problems on their men and women, and here I would include like all these differentiated ones in respect of consumption that we have men, women, a gender perspective. Actually, we're seeking to have them professionals, that they do have quality, but in terms of policy, general policy of drug trafficking, well, obviously they have impacted in this part of placing in prison there. That is not that exponential as in Brazil, but we have had an increase that has been quite considerable of women who have been placed in prison with crimes against health, of growers as well as the ones that are associated with the trafficking. So obviously that impacts women and their families. I think here is also important to think of putting a woman in family where that's going to have an impact at the family level of their communities, and of course it has made it that at the end they actually stop being in these crops, or this has actually made it increase the poverty that it's already in one of these communities that dedicate themselves to these illicit crops. Thank you very much, Nidia. And Pablo, I have another question that could end up being a bit uncomfortable, but I'm going to formulate it with the greatest of respect for your country and by the work that is our brotherly country of Brazil. Is this: being Brazil the greatest producer of soy, of coffee, the only one in the region with an infrastructure for textiles and for shipyards, and so they have not been able to reduce inequity and these were the substances for illicit crops. What to do, Pablo, in this respect? I think your mic is muted and we're not hearing you. We're still not hearing you, Pablo. Good, now you're on. Okay. All right, Brazil needs urgently to change its drug policy because, as has been said, Brazil is like a great place where, and there we can work better their drug policy, because the region where there are the greatest number of crops, of marijuana in Brazil, the agro business is prosperous. The farming of tropical fruits, of wines and other products that were exportable by Brazil, but there's no policy for the tiny farmer. The farmer, the family farm in this region, mainly there is no, not an impact, and as I said in my presentation many a times, the very crop of marijuana is actually useful to set the people and to avoid the displacement. Why return? Because there is no change of the drug policies in Brazil necessarily in these regions. And then we have here the region where we have a special one for the marijuana crop, for commercial ones, and then for medicine usually in cooperatives, so that more workers can actually be involved in this new policy that is going to change positively the entire region of the San Francisco Valley and the sector of Brazil. So Brazil needs to change. Today there is in Brazil a bill, 3 nuances of 2015, and it's important that we are going to improve mainly the matters of crops of cannabis, but it doesn't include any of these important players that we have here in what we have in these medicinal ones. And here we have a very great references with great growers in the issues of medicinal cannabis and the ones that we have done in the Columbia State in respect of these type of crops. There are many topics. We have had more questions, but we've run out of time. So the agenda of this second block of women and drug trafficking has finished. So I reiterate our thanks for our panelists for sharing their experiences and all their learnings with it. And then we have there, we've actually stay here answering many questions, and Luzpida will actually very flattered to have you there. Nidia, I wish we could have a coffee together and to be able to speak some more, because Pablo has actually closed this topic very well with a topic that actually requires more
study, and actually we have to think of public policies in respect of those studies that actually have a gender policy. Luz Piedras has said that she believes that it's a bit difficult, almost impossible, to have that the drug perspective or fight against drugs. But we believe that having studies, and perhaps studies of the 3 countries, and having the UN as a reference frame for each one of our countries, we will be able to have greater amount of information to have public policies that actually cater to these needs, especially the role of women, as we can see in the case of Brazil, is actually becoming a protagonist at the level of what is the judicial investigation and the imprisonment of women that has had a growth, not only in Brazil, that's happening actually in Colombia, this aspect. So I want to say thank you very much. Thank you very much for all your participation. It's been a true honor to mention that around 2:30, we will have our number 3 block, Women and Alternative Development, Empowerment and Development and Citizenship. Will go at 2:30. We'll continue with this exchange of experiences. Women and drug trafficking. For me, it's been a true honor to be in respect of this panel. Thank you very much, Luz Piedad, Nidia, Pablo, and we hope that we'll be together there. And thanks to all, and we'll see you at 2:30 in this.